but I'm sure you guys will forgive us. I think today is 77 days without load shedding. So I think we need a round of applause. Colleagues, okay, so let's start. I think we've already a bit behind the program. I'm going to ask Pamela. Pamela is from the South African Insurance Association, and she's a general manager, to come and do the welcoming and opening. Thank you very much. Let's give her a round of applause. Thanks, Pam.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. You can hear me? You all awake? Okay. So welcome, ladies. I actually checked, are there any ladies? So I said, okay, let me make sure there are ladies in the room. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa's seminar, Fire Seminar. I also have to say all protocols observed, because I don't know whether there are any government officials in the room. So I thought I'll slip that in. So as mentioned, my name is Pamela Ramachaka. I work for SAIA, the South African Insurance Association of South Africa. It is the trade association for short-term insurance. If you know short-term insurance, it's non-life now, it's what they call it. We've been around for more than 100 years. I think we're just as old as FPASA, since the industry created FPASA many, many moons of years ago. Just to mention that this is an annual event. I'm right, Marius? Yes. And in the room, we have obviously the cream of the fire fraternity from the different experts, including speakers and attendees. So you're all welcome, and we're looking forward to your participation. I need to say a little bit, because I've got the platform, about the project that we have with FPASA. So as the non-life insurance industry, we have classified fire as a systemic risk, which means it's affecting the entire industry. Primary to that is obviously the condition of our fire services, of which this is the project that we have with FPASA. So the project looks at the condition of fire services in South Africa. Bruce and Kennedy and Marius and Sophie, whom I haven't seen as yet, they diligently work to assess the fire services to see what condition they're in, and they grade them from 1 to 5, depending on how compliant or non-compliant are they to SANS 10090. And the reason why we're doing this is to make sure that as the insurance industry, we continue insuring fire, obviously going forward. So it's empirical to us to make sure that we do something about the situation. We might not be able to fund all the resource gaps that the fire services have, but we are definitely dedicated to make our own imprint, shift the needle in terms of assisting government, in terms of having those strategic conversations with National Treasury, so that we're able to fund the fire services correctly going forward. And that would speak to their current funding model, because as you know, they're not a basic service, so therefore they don't get can I call it, honed in resources, so they are never short of whatever they need. As you know, internationally, fire services as a department is a very critical department, so we're trying to make sure that South Africa has the same focus and the same attention to these fire services going forward. And as you know, as I mentioned, if nothing is done, if we don't win, it will make it impossible for the non-life insurance industry to continue insuring fire risks. And you know, if a property is not insured for fire, how likely are you to get funding for that property? So it's quite critical to make sure that the insurance element stays intact, and that's what we are gunning to do as the non-life insurance industry. So thus far, the industry has invested about 9 million since 2022 with FPASA to make sure that we pay for the resources that is able to go out and look at these fire risks and look at these fire services and stations to see what conditions they're in. Kennedy and Bruce just joined us recently, and that's due to the project, and we are so grateful for their expertise, and we look forward to working with you more closely, gentlemen. And whatever you need, you know who to call. I'm there, all guns blazing. I am really, really dedicated to make sure that we do something about fire services in our future. So just to say a little bit about how much work we've done. So out of the 215 fire services, we've assessed 75% of those. Out of the 447 fire stations, we have assessed 78%. So we are almost there. What we're looking to see is to have that dashboard view to show government, to show what the resource needs are, to say what will it cost to fill those resource needs, and what is it that we're going to do together going forward. And having said that, the industry, and I'm sure Dr. Kangale will share a little bit more about that, the industry at the moment is two of our insurance companies that have invested about 23 million to set up a special purpose vehicle, and that looks specifically at fire. And it's a strategic vehicle that can have that consistent focus, attention, whatever that's needed, and pulling in of resources from, insurance companies that are also invited to participate in this SPV. So at the moment, there's two companies that are invested in it, and insurers, reinsurers, they're at liberty to invest in the special purpose vehicle, and it must make sense to them from a balance sheet perspective for them to be able to do that. So that is what is happening on the sideline as well, whilst we're busy with this project with FPASA. So FPASA, as I've mentioned, we've been around together for a very long time, and we plan to be together for many more moons beyond me and Marius, beyond our retirement as well, to make sure that that vehicle or those vehicles keep ticking. I just want to also mention that as the industry and FPASA, we've created a fire services application, which is an app. And that app is what we've been using to check, balance the fire services, to see, what condition they're in. And we've made a couple of augmentations to that app with FPASA, and that includes geolocating where the fire services and stations are, to make sure that we're able as underwriters to know for these particular set of properties, where are the fire services and what condition are they in eventually in the future. That is what we're hoping to see. I would like also to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, the two main sponsors, the Safe Quip, I hope I'm saying that correctly. Whoever Safe Quip is, forgive me for mispronouncing your name. It's a leading SABS-approved manufacturer and wholesale distributor of firefighting equipment on the African continent. And I would also like to thank Dustech for being the delegate bag sponsor. We really appreciate your support. And going forward, I will pine for our industry to be more of those sponsors that put in some chin to make sure that this event becomes even bigger and much more amplified. So that's my commitment as Pam. All right. So effectively, our program runs from 9 to 3:30 p.m. And I thank you for your participation. I thank you for your vigilance to be here. I know it was a nightmare. I drove from Artis to here. Trust me, I felt like this trip is never ending. It was so long. And I would just like to leave you with words from Henry Ford. And what he says is, coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is progress, and working together is success. So I hope the seminar is a success and it fulfills all your needs. And please, I hope we can get feedback as well to say what else do you want to see going forward in terms of the seminar, to amplify it, to make it more relevant going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pamela. I hope everybody's you feel welcome. I'm going to deviate a little bit, Marius, 2 minutes in terms of the program. I want each of you to go to somebody that you don't know. 2 minutes. Just go introduce yourself. My name is Peter. I'm from ESCOM. I'm a fire risk officer. And then you go back to your seats. Let's do that for 2 minutes while we come and set up the next presentation.
I was wondering how that's going to work.
Just this.
Yeah.
Okay, you got it.
Yeah, just opening it up.
Right.
So we won't leave her bio there. We will just go straight into...
Yeah, no, I think the bios play
Just
around.
hang on a little bit. Let me quickly show
Do you
you.
have a
Do you have a
pointer?
I do.
Or is she going to...
I just want to show.
Great. Okay, so you've made a new friend today. Okay, colleagues, let's move. The first speaker for the day. Let me introduce Des Schnettler. She's from TIPSASA. Now, TIPSASA is the Thermal Insulation Products and Systems Association of South Africa. Did I say it right, Des? Beautiful. Okay, so let's welcome Des. Des is going to give us an overview of the migration from Sense 428 to Sense 53501, Part 1. Welcome, Des. Let's give a round of applause.
Yes, I think so. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me loud and clear? Okay. All right. No need for further introductions. Just something about TIPSASA, something that you might not have known. Originally, it started out in 1977 as the Thermal and Acoustic Insulation Contractors Association, but that didn't really do any business, and eventually, credit to Eskom, TIASA was actually the low fruit hanging that they always refer to initiative from Eskom that was established in 1998. They knew already then about the electricity problems, so don't let them fool you. And so that was when we were established, and we were administered by the ARMSA group. In 2014, the members decided that they want to be independent from the group, and we registered as a non-profit organization. And we are effectively then 25 years old as TIPSASA now. So what is our function? Our function is there to act as the national body representing the industry, to promote and maintain the common interest of our members, compliance with the national building regulations, make sure that you guys get the right information to consumers and professionals, and then we also do thermal insulation training, CPD, as well as installers. The CPD training is registered with SACAP, and the trade qualification is registered with SACWA. And we have our Director of Training here this morning, Mr. Lefty Matlong as well, and he's looking after our building insulation installers. Now you might say, but why do you need to train people to put in insulation? You can just get somebody from the street. Believe you me, it's a nightmare out there, and we need professional training because it is installed incorrectly. So just to give you a little bit more information, if there's any companies that would like to have CPD training, we do the Module 1 on legislation, regulations and standards pertaining to thermal insulation. Then we do thermal insulation training and the terminology, fire performance of thermal insulation, which you will basically see this morning, a part thereof, and then energy efficiency in buildings. Those are all regulatory requirements. All right, as far as the fire regulations is concerned, I might be preaching to the converted this morning, but as you know, the South African National Building Regulations T1 and T2, as well as the application of the National Building Regulations SANS 10400T fire protection, gives clear deemed to satisfy guidance as to the design and construction of a building. If we look at T1, and I'm going to go through this quickly because I assume you know all these things, there's 5 very important things we need to look at, and that is the safe evacuation, first of all, fire spread, the minimization or the prevention thereof rather, structural stability, smoke control, and then obviously adequate means to access to the equipment to do the firefighting. This is an example of a building where you can see that the firewall was doing its work, where it prevented the fire from spreading to the other building, and basically all that was happening next to it was smoke damage. Regulation T12, that tells you that sub-regulation 1 shall be deemed to be satisfied where the design, construction and equipment of any building complies with SANS 10400 Part T. Now, if you don't know, Part T was published in February this year. There's a new edition out, and that is basically why I've asked Marius to be here this morning to alert the industry moving forward. T2, the offences that you're also familiar with. If you have to comply with a standard for the installation, maintenance and service according to SANS 10105. If you're not maintaining it, you are guilty of an offence. And if you are obstructing any escape routes, you are also guilty of an offence. And I would honestly like to see more enforcement of the law there. There's too many people getting away with murder. Let's go into the part T, and obviously this morning I'm just going to discuss pertaining to thermal insulation, and I'm going to go through what is in per order in the standard. So some of you might know or not know that SANS 4 to 8 has been around for 18 years this year, and it says when any insulation, roof lining or waterproof membrane not used as a ceiling and used under a roof covering as part of a roof assembly is tested in accordance with SANS 10177 Part 5 and found to be combustible, such material shall be acceptable should it be classified, marked and installed in accordance with the requirements of SANS 4 to 8. Now, this is where the insurance companies, and we are at loggerheads because they are of the impression that you're not allowed to use combustible materials in a building. But if you look around you, everything inside this building is combustible. So we have to do our part. So if 4 to 8 consisted of 3 test methods. Part 5, which is your combustibility. Part 10 was your surface burning characteristics. And then part 11 was your large-scale application test method. And all it gave you was this classification: A for non-combustible and B for combustible. And with your B, it was basically a visual that you were looking at to see how far it would spread and not spread. And this caused a problem as well for the members, for the professionals in the architectural profession, because they still didn't understand how the classification worked. So this is typically what you would see. The majority of the insulation materials, which is combustible, has this classification at the moment. So B indicates it's combustible, B1 indicates that the surface fire properties, H horizontal installation, and 2 is the occupancy classification where the material will be used. Now there's time for change, because all of a sudden the insurance companies decided after 18 years that SANS 4 to 8 is no longer good for insulation in buildings. Why are we changing it as well? Because 4 to 8 is a barrier to trade, and South Africa is a member of the World Trade Organization. Therefore, we have to comply with their rules and regulations. Also, what is different from the changes is the measured performance of the physical properties of products. A wise man once said in a SABS meeting, stuff differs. So that is definitely true, and we are going to show you exactly how it differs. So transparency of the fire performance classifications of products. There's no more just a carte blanche of a B combustible. You'll know exactly what you're dealing with. And then it's a harmonized classification system internationally. But your national building regulation still dictates where you can use the materials. So what is used in South Africa maybe as a C might not be appropriate in France or Germany. So now it's no longer a barrier for products to come into South Africa, but it will have a fire classification, and according to our national building regulations, you will now be able to see where to use it. This slide I'm going to read slowly because we have encountered a lot of misinformation in the market. So the Euro classes for building products have been set up by the Commission with the expert group on fire laboratories and national ministry representatives, fire experts. The development of the single burning item method to represent the intermediate method acceptable technically and politically to cover the national requirements was developed by this European project, which was set up by a round robin in 1997 with 20 labs. So it wasn't a thumb suck. It was definitely a proper research and development, and how they came to it was the basis of the correlation between the performance of the single burning item to reach flashover in the room corner test, which is your ISO 9705. It took 10 years for them to sort out this test methods and standards, and for the European classes countries to be acceptable. So any misinformation out there that it's a stupid test and it doesn't comply, please you'll see just now. So 9705 to your left is the room corner test. It's the large-scale test. It's also the NFPA also make use of it. And then there's the single burning item, which is now been adopted from the EN 13823, and it's now SANS 53823. Now let's give you an insight of what we encountered in South Africa. In 2010, now bear in mind they started in 97. In 2010, the SABS undertook a research, and the FPASA, Fire Protection Association, and the Institute of Fire Engineers took SANS 428 and SANS 10177 series, which is 2, 5, and 10. Sounds like mine, but it's not. And they then made a research to see how does this compare with the international standard, the EN 13501. In 2013, industry voted overwhelming in favor of adopting the EN standards, and these test methods were only adopted in 2015. It took us another 3 years to get the classification through the SABS system, and that's when it was adopted. And as you can see, lo and behold, 2024, now it's only officially been published in the SANS 10400 Part T. So it took us 10 years, a little bit longer, to get it through the SABS system. So what we're looking at this morning is your Part T that tells you now to comply with SANS 53501 instead of 428. So I want to start with the definitions, and this is often where we have a misunderstanding about fire resistance and fire retardancy. So fire resistance is the shortest period for which a building element or building component complies with the requirements for stability, integrity, and insulation when tested in accordance with SANS 10177 Part 2. So typically you will have your walls and some of your floors or roofs have to comply with that. And that is where you look at your 30 minutes, 60 minutes, or 190 and 120 minutes. Fire retardancy is something totally different, and people are misled with when they see a FR in front of a product. Fire retardant is there to slow the rate of combustion, and that is basically to allow people to get out of a building. It doesn't make the product safe, it just slows the rate of combustion. So this is what the Part 2 looks like, and typically, and I'm not going into details with other industries this morning, but this is a typical example of fire doors being tested in accordance with SANS 10177 Part 2. This is an example of a building, and it was here in Edenvale, where there was structural failure within 20 minutes, the entire building. So you can see that was a major catastrophe. There was also loss of life. And that was not the cause of the insulation, by the way. So the whole building just collapsed. If we look at the further definitions of reaction to fire classification, is what we're working with now. That is the response of a product in contributing by its own decomposition to a fire to which it is exposed under specific conditions. The roof assembly, as you know it, which is your roof and your ceiling, now includes insulation, because since 2011, according to the energy efficiency regulations, insulation is now compulsory in certain building occupancy classes, and that is to assist Eskom to reduce the load. We go into the fire standard now in Part T. Section 453, similar to what I read earlier, is any insulation, insulating panel or lining used as a thermal insulation shall be tested, and if combustible, be classified in terms of SANS 428 for its use and application. This little rhyme reads the same. The only difference now is tested and classified in accordance with SANS 53501 and found to be combustible shall be accepted. Please note, shall be accepted when classified and used in terms of Table 5. Table 5 is now giving architects and professional fire engineers the classifications. It's according to your building occupancy classification. It is now similar to your fire resistance. It's got a single story, a double story, and 3 stories more. And as your risk increases, then obviously your uses of combustible materials are limited. So this is a clear indication, pardon me, of how people should look at products in future, and I'll give you more details about that a little later. Now, to explain the fire classification, you've all got in front of you a colorful brochure, and the first and the main class rating will be the letters A, A2, B, C, D, E, or F. Now, A1 is your highest level of performance, and F is your lowest level of performance. A1 products are classified as non-combustible, and A2 products are classified as limited combustibility. The second classification relates to smoke. For the first time in South Africa, it's actually measured. So you have a rating of S1, S is obviously for smoke, and the 1 indicates no smoke, and then 2 moderate, and then 3 is a high smoke level. The third classification is flaming droplets, and that's indicated by a D. So it's either D0 or D1 or D2. And D0 again indicates 0 droplets, and 1 moderate and 2 a lot. So E-rated products receive a D2 flaming droplet classification already, and your A-rated products are not given smoke emission or flaming droplets because it's on the assumption that they make no contribution to the fire growth or spread. So testing. One of the issues that we had with SANS 428 was it was extremely expensive, $250,000 to comply for products to test and comply with 428. And one of the measures to write standards is to obviously look at affordability. And it is now affordable to test your products. So, and it's also not all the test standards. So if you know that you have a non-combustible product, you will obviously test according to the ISO SANS 11820 SANS method, or the gross calorific potential. And if you have a combustible product, you will only test your ignitability and your single burning item. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is the crux of the matter, and this is where the most important changes come in. So since 2012 and to 24 now, we have always tested combustibility at 750 degrees Celsius, and the temperature increase was not, it had to be equal or less than 50 degrees Celsius, and your sustained flaming was 10 seconds. What's changing next year, because you'll see prior to 31 December this year, it's still 428, and after 31 December, we're switching over to the new system. The A1 is extremely stringent. It shows you that your delta T, your temperature rise, cannot be more than 30 degrees Celsius. For the first time ever, we're measuring mass loss, which is equal or less than 50%, and your sustained flaming cannot be more than 5 seconds, which is very, very, very difficult. And your A2 is your delta T50, which we had now with our combustibility currently, mass loss also 50% or less, and your sustained flaming 20 seconds. But now you'll say to me, Des, but that's now worse. If you look at your A products that we are currently having in South Africa, which is non-combustible, the majority of those products will now actually fall into the A2 classification. So this is what the equipment looks like. It's not anything brand new except for the solar calorimeter, the bomb calorimeter that measures your heat of combustion. And then the SANS 10177 Part 5 instrument is exactly the same. It's just your testing criteria that is now different. So this is what we look at. The gross calorific potential is now being measured of your products, and this is where the stuff differs comes in. So you can see how it's measured megajoules per kilogram of the products tested. So there's only 2 tests for A1, and if this is the assumption that we're making. So all products that's not laminated, typically like your glass wool or your rock fiber, without a lamination will obviously get an A1. All your other products that's now currently listed as A will be listed as A2. because they have facings and they will be regarded as a limited combustibility. That's just to show you the bomb calorimeter, what it looks like. That's the common device to measure your heat of combustion or your calorific value of a material. And there you have the two tests. The foils cannot be tested in the bomb calorimeter. It can only be tested in the non-combustibility and the small burning instrument. And that is also the performance requirements of the A2. And I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. It is on the back of your classification sheets that you have. You can see what the performance requirements are, and that's your small burning item on your left and the ignitability on your right, and that is also the smoke and droplets that's measured with these instruments. Now, when I met a new friend at the back there from Stellenbosch this morning, I was saying to him that I will tell you just now why we are excited to have you here this morning. This equipment already exists, and there is a new fire laboratory in Cape Town, and they work very, very closely with the University of Stellenbosch to make fire a better place in South Africa. Just again what the small-scale test equipment looks like, and now we get to the B classifications, which is your fire growth rate and your lateral flame spread. So here you can see it has to be equal or less than 120 watts per second. And then your total heat release must be 600 seconds, equal or less than that 7.5 megajoules. To me, it's all Greek, but I'm not the fire expert. I just allow on, what's the word I'm looking for? I rely on them to be experts, and they are. We have the likes of Professor Walls. I think some of you might have seen him with the collapse of the George building, where he also made a comment. So he's also actively involved with this. And then it starts going to the classification C, and obviously, as the products perform worse, you'll see how the rating, and they are rated then according to their performances. And now we get to the E, and this is a problem child because this was always the polyethylene reflective foil insulation materials that was so popular with certain companies, and insisting on it had to be removed even though it was approved for usage. So we had to comply with certain requirements and to say, okay, if you get an E, you're only tested for ignitability, but you have to do a large-scale test as well. And that is still the large-scale test that is currently in place. So this is typically what your new classification would look like. Obviously, I've used the best classification here now. A2 indicates your level of performance. S is your level of your smoke, absent or weak, and then D, droplets 0 or higher. That information is now used to feed into a computer program, and now you don't have to burn down a building to see how it performs. You can now put it into a computer program and see what the effect is going to be. And these courses are already given by the University of Stellenbosch, and there are certain fire engineers that are already using it in South Africa. So this is the brochure that we handed out this morning, and you will see on the classification your A2 is the majority of the, in your 3 stories where you can use A2. So even if it says limited combustibility, bear in mind that it used to be non-combustible previously. Further, the new changes in, Marius, you must please just check me on my time. I'm okay. I'm rushing to stay on time. Another new thing in Part T, and here we need to look at maybe the heading of that particular paragraph because it's already confusing to certain fire engineers in the market. It was intended for facades, but the heading says external thermal insulation cladding systems. And that we never previously tested in South Africa. And even to date, there's only one company in South Africa that have actually tested their products that they're using to use on the external facade of a building. And that is also similar to your fire resistance, obviously your temperature, your flame spread, and your mechanical failure. So this is SANS 8414-1 and -2 that has now been incorporated into Part T. So why was that brought in? Because of the energy efficiency. So some of you might remember in 2011 there was a refurbishment of the Grenfell Tower. It was in the news when the external thermal insulation cladding system caught fire, and that was it. In 4 minutes and 20 seconds, that entire building was engulfed. And 72 people died, 70 injured, and 223 escaped. The reason why that happened was, and this is something that we constantly fight against in the market, what was specified was not installed. The contractor came up with a cheaper solution. And this is where I always fight with the QSs, because yes, I know finances are important, but at what cost? Not a life. So they changed the specification, and this is why the Grenfell Tower happened. Again, under 412 roof assemblies and coverings, the same story. When any insulation, roof lining or waterproofing membrane thicker than 0.5 millimeter not used as a ceiling and used under a roof covering as part of a roof assembly is tested and classified in accordance with SANS 53501 and found to be combustible, such material shall be acceptable if when classified and used in terms of Table 5. Insulation materials used in a roof assembly classified as E shall be tested in accordance with SANS 10177, Part 11 for its intended application in building occupancies A5, B3, D3 and J3. Now you're going to ask me, Des, what is that? That is that. That's low risk. And that is where you then use that E classification when it comes to these classification, building occupancies. That is when you have to have a large-scale fire test as well. Then ceilings, same story. Any building that is not a building classified as E4, H3, H4 and H5, combustible materials shall not be used for any ceiling or suspended ceiling or as a component thereof, except as provided for in the following. A ceiling tested and classified in accordance with SANS 53501 and found to be combustible shall be acceptable if it's used in terms of its classification in terms of Table 5. And that's why I handed out this morning this brochure, because that Table 5 is very, very important. That was taken from the standard for you to know exactly what the classifications must be, equal or better. Now you're going to ask me, what about sprinklers? Story of my life. No evidence could be found nationally or internationally that thermal insulation affects the working of sprinklers. And now I've got to name and shame this morning. We did have a large-scale fire test with polyethylene reflective insulation with sprinklers, and our dear friends ASIP were present, but chose not to release the results. It did not interfere with the working of the sprinklers. In fact, internationally, sprinklers are insulated against freezing. In South Africa, the supply of the water is either turned off, or there's no water, or the effects of the sprinklers are it's not working. Even in our own parliament, President Cyril Ramaphosa said it appeared that a sprinkler system did not work as it was supposed to. It's easy to blame insulation. Fire testing of insulated panels, and this is the problem child as well. The practical performance of the complete insulated panel system should be evaluated by a full-scale fire test. There's no shortage. Even though when you test a panel, the cores still have to be classified according to 53501. But when you install it, you have to have the fire resistance as well. And that is typically your structural stability, integrity, and your insulation that's at play. And if we look at your insulated panels, only non-combustible cores are allowed in cooking areas, hot areas, bakeries, fire breaks in combustible insulating panels, and fire stop insulating panels. And that's typically your products like your rock wool, glass wool products. Our dear friends FM 4880, so often I get the insurance companies that say, take out the insulation, it has to comply with FM 4880. Do you actually know what you're talking about? This is an example of the test facility. It's 18 meters high, it's in excess of R1 million for a test, and then it is almost like your Agromar certificate, only for the application it is intended to. So FM is not South Africa, but there's a lot of buildings that are insured by international insurance companies like your FM Global. Now, FM Global have got their own research and testing resources. And once you test there, the FM approval mark is basically there as a certification mark to say that you comply now, almost like our SANAS. So when I hear that FM approvals, already the hair on the back of my neck stands up, and I'm getting aggressive because people don't know what they're asking for. But they have a point, I must add. When that standard was studied, and believe you me, I did a good study on it, this is what the previous version said, and people questioned me and said, where does it say so in the standard? It says the test results of tests conducted under the controlled conditions required by the standard shall not be used to describe or appraise performance under actual fire conditions. Now, my goodness gracious me, why are you paying to have tested? I need to clarify with the standards writing people, why would they do that? It further says, and this is where we have a exit, assemblies covered by this standard shall be subjected to an FM approvals room test or an ISO 9705 test room, or it should actually do room corner test, sorry, spelling mistake. And why has nobody ever said anything about that? Because people don't read anymore. So this is the latest version, just to show you that it's still in there. I double checked. So what are we to do about it? Newsflash. That same laboratory I spoke about in Cape Town is erecting a facility. This is just an example of the existing fire laboratory there where the equipment is housed. I'm doing a bit of marketing this morning here, forgive me, but it's important so that people know where to test. And this is the test equipment that is housed there. Everything is under roof because in Cape Town everything must be under roof. And the windows you see there is the war room, and there you can see where they can actually look down into the facility because it always rains or the wind is blowing, so you have to test under roof. And this is the example of the fire resistance testing. There's two vertical test chambers and there's a horizontal test chamber where they can test the floors. And this is the facility in the corner. I didn't take a photograph because they were still busy with it, where this 18-meter high facility of the ISO 9705 room corner test is being erected. So in future, panel testing can be tested in South Africa. There's no reason why local panel manufacturers cannot test because that standard says or 9705. So how could we assist you? Beware of specifications because architects are lazy people. Let's phrase it. They're very busy and they like to copy and paste. So they say specification X or similar approved. There's no more similar approved. It's now equal or better because now you're looking at the specification. So let's use another product that is sometimes also controversial. Let's use EPS. So now you've got expanded polystyrene. And that stuff differs because they import from different companies the raw material. So company A might have a fire class C with a S2 and a D0, and his opposition has got a different fire classification. So this is where, in Afrikaans you say, die kaf van die koring geskei word. That's where people now need to improve products. Please, our website is there for you. Again, I have to show on the home page if you scroll down, because they often they also say, but the fire reg is not, I can't find it. It's on the home page. Just click and it will take you to the fire register. And I've actually put a dual fire register in place because people still have time to test up until the end of this year. We have already started with the existing SANS 4 to 8 classification system, and then those products that have already started testing to indicate what their classification is. And as predicted, your glass wool is typically an A1, and your other glass wool insulation from a different, your mineral wool is also an A1. Interesting. And I'm so glad some of our members listened when we started giving warnings. Now, this FR cell 200 DV has got a BS1D0. So there you can already see that product in Europe typically achieves a C or a D. So this guy has gone, and I had the privilege of attending a conference in 2016 with him in the UK, and he bought his own fire equipment because he knew what was coming. And he started developing his products. And he's got a B EPS. Currently he's also a B, but now you can at least see what the smoke is. There's no smoke and there's no droplets. The other one that's interesting is your XPS. Also a B, but now look at the smoke. S1 and D1 for droplets. So now you can really see where and how products are performing. Needless to say, the foils are really battling. So now I've already had my first challenge back from the professionals to say, but how do I now classify? Very easy. You look at what you are building or designing. You know your occupancy classification. You have a table there. You know what your ceiling will, or what type of roof you want. So is it going to be a flexible bulk insulation with a classification according to that occupancy class? Or are you going to use a reflective foil laminate in a J? Or what are you going to use? And that is how there is no preferential treatment of products. You're using the best. It's no more similar or approved. It is now equal or better. So this is something I need to point out as well. Material specification changes. You are not allowed to change specifications. You can be found guilty of an offense. And so often we find that this still happens. And we are going nationally now to obviously inform people of the changes. And we are saying to the professionals, please be careful. Don't let contractors change your specification. If it has not been approved by your local authority, the changes, you will be found guilty of an offense. Please go to our website. That's all our publications on there. Our contact details on there. There's a whole new brochure on the 53501, not just the one-pager that I've given out this morning. And if there's any further information that you require, please give us a call. As you know, my name is Des. That's my cell number. Please give me a call and we will assist wherever we can. Thank you. Are there any questions, or do we wait till later?
No, let's do questions now.
Are there any questions?
Okay, let's have a few questions. Let's give this just another round of applause. I think she took us to school this morning. Maybe that's from my side. Will this new requirements be retrospectively applied?
Yes.
Sure, that's going to be... Okay, I got the answer.
No,
Thank
it's
you.
not. Your national building
Regulation
regulations
is
is
not-
not retrospective. Okay.
Okay, just want to clarify that. Thank you. Any other questions? I don't see any hands. Any hands? Yes, Marius.
So Des, I understood that on your website, I can go and have a look at the test results of certain products. If we're thinking about the law enforcement that you called on to say this needs to be better, is there something that a person that goes to a place or even in the building phase can say, well, just show me what your product is? How do we afterwards, 2 years from now, go and say, oh, you had product X, Y, and Z, it is on your website. It's just the field identification. Is there a way of doing that?
Yes. First of all, on our website is only the classification. We do not hand out the actual fire reports unless we have permission, because you can understand it's very competitive and people will have a look at the fire report, or the test report rather, and give it out to the opposition. So all we do is we do the classification, and then on request we will email it to the professional that's asking for it. Your second part of your question, Marius, is we do have inspectors, and when this is now just the fire side of it, but we as an association insist that products are tested according to product standards. And in that product standard, it's a requirement to print your fire classification on the product. So very often when we called out to do inspections, we can actually take out a piece of material, see what it is, and then inform on what the performance of the product was. And that's a thing that happens constantly, where especially now where insulation has been in for more than 30 years and it is no longer functional, it is now in fact a fire hazard and has to be removed. Does that answer your question?
There's a question at the back. So you're welcome.
Sean Hopper, Santam Insurance. I kind of had the same questions, but do you have a set of standards of how you're testing this material?
Yes.
Can we get a copy?
You can buy from SABS. The standards are mentioned on the back of the one-pager that you have in front of you, and you can purchase it. But I would advise that you rather look into the back of Part T, the new Part T. They do have information there on the performance requirements. If you want more detail of it, then actually you can buy the actual standard. But purchase the new Part T, and that there is an annexure in it.
So you're actually certified. If I asked you to inspect it, you would certify it for me?
Yes.
Good morning, Des. My name is Kiri. I work for the insurance industry as a field risk engineer. So my question is that we see, like with most buildings that we inspect, you'll find there's that insulation, like you said, and these new buildings, they're now putting this cladding on top of them. But the clients never know what type of product they have on there, because maybe the guy just joined the company way before the building was constructed. I mean, yeah, after the building was constructed. So how do you now, is it unfair to ask the client to say, please find out what the fire rating of this thing is so that I can be able to give you better terms for your insurance? Or I don't know how to put this. Like I just want to know, is it unfair for us to ask them that? Because as insurers, we also worried about protecting our interest as well, you know? Yeah, I don't know if you can help. Can your company assist with that as well?
We can definitely assist with that. That's something that the insurance companies are really pestering us with a lot. And I'm speaking open and frank this morning, because you must remember, at the time of that building when it was erected, it had to comply with the national building regulations. So it was approved by the local authority. The plans were approved. So, and as mentioned, it's not retrospective. So it's only in the case where it has been allowed as a combustible material, but now the insurance companies want everything non-combustible, and it's not always possible, because then we'll have no competition in the industry. You have to have different products. There's not only Mercs on the road. There's other cars as well.
Okay, yes, two questions here. And then
Kennedy,
I just want to find out, was this only observed for sprinkler performance? Was this only observed under ASAP rules or also under 10287?
There's no ASAP rules. ASAP is a private company. And we have had a long fight with ASAP and the Competitions Commission, as you know or might not know. So they ventured into a field that they are not experts in. And we prime ourselves to be expert in our fields. We are not going to tell a sprinkler company what valves to use. So just to get more clarity on your question.
Was this only tested under ASAP rules? Or was
No.
it also observed?
No, it's not ASAP rules, it's the National Building Regulations. There's no ASAP rules for insulation. If you look at the standard of the, was it 10287, I think it's the sprinkler standard, that has been amended as well. I don't know whether it's been published because that's been in a revision for the past 10 years that they can't decide. But, you know, there's no ASAP rules for insulation. There's the National Building Regulations that you have to comply with. And there you look at the standards applicable to whatever you are using, whether it's fire doors, whether it's sprinklers, whether it's insulation.
Thanks, Des. Ben? There's another question, the final question.
Nothing. Another one?
There's one coming.
Our runner is just slow.
Hi, good morning. It's Dani Volkven from AIG South Africa. I just want to check on the external wall assemblies cladding, like you referred to in the Glenville Tower example. Are we developing a local standard, or do we have a local standard that compares with the NFPA 8285 or BS 8414 in testing those assemblies, the full assemblies, for acceptance or compliance?
No, we don't, but we have applied. Two answers again. Remember, for your walls, external walls, it's your fire resistance. But if you look at the complete system now, you can do the 9705 test that's available in South Africa. So what we have now done is we have actually already last year requested the SABS to adopt ISO 9705. And I haven't seen a SAN standard out yet with the 9705, which makes it a local requirement.
Okay,
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Des, thank you very much. Let's give Des a round of applause. I think it was very informative. Well done, Des. Thank you. I was also schooled this morning. I didn't know about the test, the laboratory in Cape Town, so thank you for that information. Okay, so colleagues, let's move on. Our next speaker is Pierre Malelbe, and he's from SafeQuip. Pierre, let's give Pierre a round of applause. I think Marius just want to say that.
Okay, morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's always, I'm no engineer and I'm no insurance expert, so it's always difficult getting up. This is more of a marketing discussion than anything else, but I've got a few topics of more questions that I have asked or wanted to ask than anything else. We also do some work with Ignis down in Cape Town, so they're just up the road. A lot of clever guys. Just some background, you will probably know the business. Here's a little video just explaining what we do. Okay, I've got sound. Is there sound? No sound. Okay. I don't know. Anyway, this is SafeQuip, so we look after a few brands in South Africa. We're predominantly known for our portable fire extinguishers. We also make symbolic signs. We manufacture those ourselves, SABS approved. We looked after Davy products. We make some skid units for the agricultural space. We have warehouses located in Joburg, Durban, P, and Cape Town. Head office is down that side. Lately, we've been supplying AVD lithics into the market, or trying to supply it into the market. We do a lot of hose reel assemblies, again SAVS approved, and we also look after Vitolic on the sprinkler side, supplying into Southern Africa. So that's in short. I think last year, this time, we had a big discussion about lithium, and I was making promises, and it's been the race of who can be first on the portable side. And so who will be the first company that actually has their SANS 1910 certification? It's like 4 of us in the race. I was hoping to get my certificate at this show, but sadly not. So we're almost there. We have crossed all the T's, dotted all the I's, and pushed over all the hoops and ran through them. It's now a waiting game, and hopefully in the next few weeks, hopefully not months, we can actually get that. I do personally think that the World Cup has definitely influenced the decision, because all the tests are being done in the BSI lab in the UK, and after the World Cup, things definitely slowed down. And that is why we're at. So from a portable perspective, there's 2 things that's essentially important for South Africa. Is it a legal fire extinguisher, SANS 1910? And 2, is there some test that you can show to say it's got lithium capabilities, which is the keyword test, which I assume everyone knows. So let's just quickly look at that. So what does this test actually involve? It's, we take 6 batteries of 100 watt each. A battery consists of 4 cells. As you clamp them together, 600 watt hours, you take them into a thermal runaway within 7 minutes. You've got 3 minutes to extinguish the fire. You wait 20 minutes, no reignition should happen. And after that's done, you should have 4 cells or a battery that you must be able to test. So here's a little video. This was a test done on AVD lithics for the American market. It was witnessed by the UL. This is a 6-liter unit. Most tests are done with 9s, but the 6 also pass. So there's the rig that you can see. It's clamped. It goes into thermal runaway. This is sped up a bit. You can immediately see the guy immediately goes in, tries and extinguish the fire. In our environment with a vermiculite, you're trying to knock it down, you're trying to cool it as quickly as possible. And with the vermiculite, obviously it encapsulates, it seals off the battery and the cell, and that prevents propagation from going anywhere else. You would notice there's a lot of smoke in most of these lithium fires. And let's just see if it's, and so you will continue extinguishing this to the point where his extinguisher is actually emptied. And once that's done, let's just jump, the timer will start. So that's just speeding up. So now you wait for 20 minutes. You'll see there's still some smoke. There might be a reignition of a little flame starting up. That's allowed, but it must kill itself. It must die off it within 5 seconds. And essentially, after 20 minutes, if there's no reignition, that is classified as a test that you've passed. And so that's the keyword test. So you can imagine there's a big debate. Is it applicable, not? Is it a true reflection? But internationally, for now, from a medium perspective, that's being seen as the test. Of course, I have to highlight the fact that we could do with 6 what others need 9 for. Of course, marketing spiel. I think I'm not in the insurance game, and so there is a lot of progress being made internationally. I imagine on the insurance side, you guys follow this a lot closer, but much progress being made on the transportation side. Even in the UK, very recently, I think it was last month, they published the standard, the PAS 63100, which is actually about residential properties of where energy storage systems can be installed. And is it on the outside wall, and is it on the inside? Is it close to a door? Can I evacuate? And they start doing all of these things internationally, which is quite important. I think from an EV perspective, we don't have that many in South Africa, of course, but there's many countries that has now published standards in terms of how you charge, where you charge, how should prevent the risk. and there's many work, a lot of work being done. I think in the New York environment, there's again on their part a massive push to try and contain the recycling of batteries, because this is the other part of this is end of life. So batteries can only do so much cycles. They go restrip them, build new batteries. And so in the New York environment, scooters and e-bikes is still their biggest risk. And so they're legislating how you can do this, and they're very close to getting that passed. Funnily enough, I was in Shanghai earlier this year, and big story in the news, a lady got locked up. She fitted a battery system to a bicycle to make it an e-bike. It was a legal battery, it caught fire, a person got killed in the fire, and the police actually went to it. And that's news on an underground train. This is not, to us it's foreign, to them it's reality. I think the question I have is, how well are we in South Africa adapting and catching on and seeing the opportunity to get a front ahead of the curve? Just some topics which you might pick up. There's a big debate in the lithium fire space. What is causing the fire? Where's the biggest risk? Does it sit on off-gassing? So the gas that's released, because with the flammable gas, is there where the risk is in exposure. The other topic that's come up lately is state of charge, the SOC. And so if you look at the transport game, they tend to say you have to, state of charge should be less than 30%. There's now new research that they're trying to prove that the lower the charge, the bigger the possibility of an explosion. So when it's highly charged, you have a very volatile flame coming out. The lower the charge, they say it becomes more explosive. Anyway, it's not been proven, but that's the theory that's in play. Then, of course, the third point is very much about just let it burn. Let's not try and extinguish it, cover it, leave it, put it in a safe place, and let's leave it. And so if you look at the car space, if I burn a Tesla battery on its own, the car, it will take an hour and a half, then it's finished. If I set the car light, it will take 2.5 hours, then it's finished. And so there's a massive debate in the emergency services in terms of what is the right approach. Similar to the battery energy storage systems, I know there's a discussion a bit later, where from a life perspective, many firefighters are injured trying to put out these fires. And so the debate is, should you even open the door? Should you just not leave it? Keep everything else to make sure that the surrounding place doesn't burn and it's contained. Anyway, battery life cycle. The more the batteries are being recycled, the more places will be found where these recycled batteries will be sold. And so it's time that regulation must step up, because if they can't sell them in New York and in America, they'll find another market where they'll end up. EVs, I think we've got some way to go. Last year, average market in South Africa is 500,000 new cars. I think last year they sold 1,000. They expect 2,000 for this year. So it's a bit far off, but I think where we're at, now's the time to get a few regulations. When we have discussions with guys in terms of charging and this and that, because there's no regulation, people tend to step away from it. But now's the time. Us compared to any other country, this is still fairly new for us. So if we can get some regulation in place, I think it would just get us ahead of the game. Just in America, they did a study. In short, people don't know. They don't understand the risk. They don't know the risk. Everyone still buys the cheapest when they have to replace things. They throw it away in regular waste. In the UK, that's a massive issue. In the recycling environment, there's almost a fire truck burning every other week. Ja, veel goed lorry, anyway. so I think there's a massive opportunity for education. The road ahead, as I see it, and again, you're a lot closer to the regulation than we are. We're on the equipment side of things, but if I was to research, if I look, there's a big, and I think that was exciting about, Des, your discussion this morning, is there's work being done, and sadly, when I'm searching and looking, I don't see it. We spend a lot of time with the 1475s, the guys who service. We spend a lot of time with the emergency services. And I can tell you there's more questions than answers. And there's so much uncertainty when it comes to the lithium. And it also, there's not really good coordination between the lessons we've learned and the information we shared. I listened to the Fidelity guys yesterday, and they mentioned that they go to fires twice a week that's lithium-based or related. And I think that's it. If we can start sharing, if we actually take what's international, use what we can, and start setting some clear benchmarks, it would improve us for the future. Anyway, I think that's my quick safeguard. And it's great to be part of the seminar, and hopefully we can get some good discussions going. Thanks.
Let's give Pierre another round of applause. Pierre, thank you very much. Pierre is also one of our sponsors for today. But Pierre, very important message that you left. I like the road ahead. I think there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. And we look forward to collaboration from the industry. Colleagues, I think it's 10 o'clock. It's time for our tea break. So let's break for tea, and let's be back at 10:15. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back from tea. Hope you've enjoyed the break. We're now going to welcome Marius Atterbury. Marius is the new CEO of the Fire Protection Association of South Africa since January this year. 1st of January. So let's welcome Marius. Marius is going to take us through emergency preparedness. Thanks, Marius. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Peter. Thanks, everybody, for being here. I was kind of shanghaied into doing something, presenting. So we decided that, oh, you could have told me just to, all right, there we go. We decided to put a little something that might on the face of it, if you follow the theme of the day, we've been hearing lithium and all kinds of things, and the insulation part, thank you for that, Des. And you'll follow that theme, and now this one looks a little bit out of sorts. But let me quickly tell you, I am going to bore you with all the slides that I had prepared. I didn't do that for nothing. But here's a big takeaway that I want you to think about. I'm going to be pushing quite hard for emergency preparedness to take a higher profile in the mindset of regulators. We typically don't have a single a piece of legislation that makes it clear that every place must have an emergency preparedness plan. We got bits and pieces all over the place popping up. If you want to have a hotel, you must have a sign somewhere that shows the people that stay there. Bits and pieces, but there's no single concise piece of legislation that says every workplace must have a emergency preparedness plan, which I then couple with every workplace must have a fire risk plan or a fire safety plan. And the connection into the rest of the theme for today, for me, is if we can get the people to have that, we will take that awareness of the different life safety installations, property protection installations, detection, which brings early detection, response equipment, which brings early response. We'll bring that into the understanding of every person that is out there in the workplaces. Right now, I spent quite a bit of time together with Peter, nearly 12 years we worked together. We go throughout the workplace. People know about the extinguisher. You say, okay, this little red box here that you can, no, we don't. And that's your call point, your alarm call point. We know that, but the general purpose in an office, in a factory, don't know what that does. So if we elevate the importance of emergency preparedness, coupled with the importance of fire safety plans for the workplace, I believe that very, very quickly we'll get people to be more aware, have the alarms happen quicker, respond quicker, and in all instances, that must mean less loss of life, less loss of property. So I promised you I've got a couple of boring slides to have a look at. I've talked about legislation. Interestingly, the Disaster Management Act has the word emergency preparedness in it. But unfortunately, it is written under the heading of for disasters. And typically, we've got our esteemed colleagues from the Western Cape here as well. Good to see you guys. George building falls down. Watch the space. It's not going to be a disaster. So I can't invoke that if that building had been completed before it fell down, that it must have an emergency plan. So some beautiful elements in that talks about what an emergency plan is supposed to do. I'm not going to read through that. You'll get the slides. By the way, very sneakily, we are busy live streaming this whole conference on YouTube. If you have not subscribed to one of our new social media sites, please go and do that. And soon on that YouTube channel, you'll be able to go and watch the individual presentations. It's a kind of a new thing that we tried. I didn't advertise it. If it didn't work very well, then we would have saved face today. So go and have a look at that. So we're trying to have a look at that. The major hazard installation regulations are very clear. And then you have some local bylaws. At one point in time, the Schools Act said very clearly every school must have an emergency preparedness plan. I struggled to find that when I did this preparation, whether it still exists, whether it is still a requirement. Just a little bit of the background of that. Then I had a look at, so if we do move into this arena, people would say, what do I put in it? Emergency plans, when I grew up, we had an organization called Civil Defense. Typically that was run by the Army, because when I grew up, we were all afraid that the terrorists are going to blow up the whole world and take over. So Civil Defense was activated at that time as school kids. I'm not 80 yet. I'm hoping to go past that. But as school kids, we had to do drills and hide under the desk and do things like that, and that was driven by civil defense. In our metamorphosis, I used to use the word evolution, Peter. I recently decided I will talk about metamorphosis, because we change from the one being to the next being as our world changes. In our metamorphosis from civil defense into disaster management, it's as if that one element, how do we drive the society to be ready for emergencies? Civil defense did first aid training and emergency preparedness drills in all public places. It was driven by somebody. Disaster management evolution has taken on a very, very important role, but it seems as if we've left a little bit of a gap. So we want to think about that. So how to look at that if we move forward? Here's from the World Health Organization perspective what an emergency preparedness program should represent. Evaluation and correction, assessing the risk, planning. Oh, I should have started with assessing. But here's the story. If you read those, it's a circle. I might have a very rubbish EP plan at work, then I do start with that evaluation. Or I might have nothing, then I first have to get a couple of people together so that we can do that, and then I start there in the middle of the circle. But as I put something into place, whether it is small, whether it is good, whether it is rubbish, I will be in this circle forever because I want to be ready. And if we think about this in a nice logical way, it can work at Fortune 500 companies and it can work in the rural outbacks because the concept is there. And I remember one year, and I've tried to find that as a YouTube video or something, but on TV I caught a little hurricane Domania or one of those, one of the FEMA responders, he made a statement, said, people, stop worrying whether it's an aircraft that falls, whether it is a hurricane, whether it is a terrorist, have a torch, have some batteries for your radio, be prepared. So we can look at that simple, very logical foundation of being prepared, and we can build on that. The more complex my workplace becomes, the better prepared I would be by looking at that complexity and building my EP plan on that. And it's all about eventually putting a written plan together and understanding that's not the end of the circle. I now need people to know about it, and then we exercise, we test ourselves, and from there we better, and the circle continues. SANS 1514, which is a reference from the Major Hazard Installation Regulations, has this slightly complex flow diagram that's in it, but when you have a look at it, all of those elements are in here, perhaps a little bit more wordy, things like update the emergency plan, evaluate and improve. So all of those things are in there. And my point is, we have this, and if we can bring about a legislative change, which unfortunately is what is necessary. A lot of companies would do the right thing, and Eskom's getting a lot of airtime today. I will acknowledge Eskom does that. It's not in law, but every building in Eskom is supposed to have an emergency preparedness plan. And Peter here was instrumental in helping put that in place. So there's a few companies that do the right thing, but most people say, well, where's the law? Who tells me I have to? And that's my so what slide. My hopeful end result that I'm inviting anybody in the room with interest. You obviously have FPA SA's contact details now since you've registered to be here. If you have interest in participating in making sure that we get the legislative environment right. That for me is the very next step. And we'd like to partner with people as we do that. And I believe that's my last slide. I also built it so that if we were running out of time, I would save a bit of time. But I think that is my thank you slide. I'm going to hand back to Peter, and we'll give our next number of speakers a bit more time to address you. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Marius. Are there any questions for Marius? Okay, I think there was an invitation by Marius, so if you are interested in being part of the group that wants to develop legislative requirements for emergency preparedness, you're most welcome to join. Okay, Marius, thank you very much. I must also commend Marius. I've been working with Marius, like he said, for the past 12 years in Eskom, and I think if you look at Eskom, it's got a footprint throughout South Africa, and obviously in some other parts of the country, Africa, let me not go there. But I think we've done quite a bit of work, and we were very successful in ensuring that every single building within Eskom throughout South Africa has an emergency preparedness plan with a structure. We also ensure that we do audits to ensure that you do drills on a yearly basis, and obviously involve your external stakeholders like your fire department, ambulance services, etc. So well done, Marius. Let's give him another round of applause. Okay, so let's welcome our next speaker, and our next speaker is going to talk about extinguishing the fly-by-nights. And this is in terms of the SEQCC. Let's welcome Nicola Allen from the SEQCC. Is she here?
Okay.
Is Nicola not here? Maybe.
We have somebody running out to quickly go and check.
Okay, while we're looking for Nicola from from SEQCC, let's quickly talk about the next program item, and this will be a sort of a panel discussion. So what's going to happen, we've got 3 panel members. They will each present a short presentation, and then after that we're going to allow them to take their seats, and we're going to bombard them with questions. Yeah, so that's the approach. So let's quickly see if Nicola is here. Nicola, you're welcome. Let's give her a round of applause. No, sorry, you finished a bit earlier.
No problem. Cool. So is that the expectation? Do I have to get through this quickly so you can all go and have tea break?
Are you fine with that?
Yes. Generally, I'm quite loud. People can hear me anyway. Good morning. Are you all well? Excellent. So I'm Nicola Allen. I'm the current executive chairperson for the SAQCC Fire. My 3-year term started about 3 years ago. We actually have an AGM at the end of this month, where I get to hand the baton over to somebody else, which is marvelous. Okay, so today I'm here to tell you about just a very, very quick overview for those of you who don't know who the SAQCC is and what it is we do. But I'm mostly here to tell you about the regulatory framework in the fire industry, the regulations and bylaws, and unfortunately their shortcomings. Imagine that. And then the industry skills shortage, why it's a concern and how it's currently being addressed. Okay, so the SAQCC Fire is a registered non-profit company. The reason it exists is it has been mandated by the Department of Employment and Labour to register authorised persons for fire extinguishing equipment, fire detection, and gas extinguishing systems. Okay, so it actually came about from a health and safety issue. So there were quite a few deaths with guys misunderstanding how to service and maintain fire extinguishers, and unfortunately those very innocuous looking, very simple looking fire extinguishers are actually under quite a lot of pressure, and if they're not treated with the respect and they're not treated properly, they can be quite dangerous. In fact, to the point that sadly we actually lost 2 more technicians even just in the terms that I've been doing it. That is thankfully down from the 15 it was, which is what caused the SAQCC to come into existence, but still too many as far as we're concerned. The big issue here is that authorised means a person who is registered as competent. And one of the biggest issues that the SAQCC as an organisation has had is, well, how do we define who's competent? What makes somebody competent, and what do we do to ensure their competency and level of skill? Okay, so that's really the last part of my presentation. It currently has 2 distinct divisions for the SAQCC Fire. So the one we call 1475, because it's under SANS 1475, is to do with the fire extinguishers and hose reels. And the other section is, we shorten it to D&GS, because that sounds hip and trendier. As hip and trendy as a committee full of 60-year-old men can come up with. It's to do with the fire detection and the gas suppression side of it. The membership numbers are constantly fluctuating because it's sort of through the year and things like that. So at the tail end of last year, membership registered technicians for 1475 was at 2,035, and the detection and gas was 1,413. Okay, so where does this all come from? So under the regulatory framework, most of this falls under the national building regulations and standards. So we have our SANS 10400, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with. The bits relevant to us guys in the fire industry are Part A, Part S, Part T, and Part W. Depending on which element you work in, you probably know one of those sections really well. I'm like, my go-to is always Part T. Then we've also got SANS 10105 and SANS 10110 things, and I did write in my notes what these ones were because I'm not as familiar with them. So that was, let's have a look. Use and control of firefighting equipment is your 10105, and then 10177 is fire testing of materials, components, and elements used in buildings. So it's things like what makes something fire rated. So the fire rated doors, the fire rated cables, the things, you know, if it's suitable for helping against fires. And there are 4 parts into that. So then underneath, so the ones that are highlighted are the ones that are sort of relevant. Obviously there's a lot more standards under the National Buildings Act, but I haven't got time to cover those today. The issue with a lot of these, though, is that they are also under sort of deemed to satisfy requirements. It doesn't cover all types of buildings, and anything outside of the scope of what's specifically in those building regulations then falls into rational design, which, as we all know, then that hits this whole big grey cloud of woolliness. Okay, then underneath the building regulations, so specifically under SANS 10400, then we have all of our installation and recommendations, so all the ones you're familiar with, your 10139, 322, 246, for the various buildings and the various types of things. Then we have pretty much the same again when it comes to the firefighting equipment. So this is our SANS 1475, which is where we get our name from. Which is to do with the servicing of the portable extinguishers. But then we also have, there's all sorts of standards to do with the how they're built, the various, whether it's CO2, whether it's a thing, and then it has the fire hoses and all the various bits and pieces. So they all do have their own rules and regulations. Okay, this country is not without its rules. Enforcing them is a different issue. The main issue that we have with a lot of this framework is that a lot of this, whilst that comes under what the building should be, it's missing a whole part of safety in that it should be under occupational health and safety. Okay, so even with that, again, one of the big problems that we've got isn't that there are some rules, it's just that it falls under so many different people, it depends on which one you choose to work with. Okay, so under the Department of Employment, Labour and Employment is the OSH Act as we know it. And then it even has the CODA underneath it, which is covering its sort of occupational health and diseases. However, running in parallel with that, the mining sector has its own department, own health and safety regulations. It even has its own diseases and things to worry about. And then, again, running as parallel is more basically some of the other industries, so the marine industry, the air traffic control industry, the various industries, they all have their own, and then they go through the same thing where they have their own occupational health and safety, they have their own disease control, they have their own whatever. Okay, so there's lots of little bodies all doing the same but different. If we drill down further into simply just the OSH Act that falls under the Department of Employment and Labour, these are the 22 regulations that they have. If you will have a look, any of you who are involved in the portable extinguishers or the gas suppression side of it will know the pressure equipment regulation. That's effectively where the SAQCC gets its mandate from. It's through, because the Department of Employment and Labour are the custodians, as it were, of the pressure equipment regulation, that's where the SAQCC comes from. However, the likes of the asbestos regulation, explosives regulations, environmental, general safety and construction also have little tidbits of fire safety in them. Okay, but what they don't have is they've got 22 regulations, not one of them focuses on fire. Okay, so you would think under something as obvious as health and safety, that something like fire safety at the workplace might be mentioned. You would have thought, wouldn't you? You know, and one of the problems, one of the reasons that it is still a little bit neglected is that when we've got all of these, we've got 22 regulations. There's even one about ladders and working at heights, for goodness sake, a whole thing just on that. There's a whole regulation on lead. And yet, there isn't a single regulation on fire safety. How is that possible? Okay, to make matters even worse, what happens is then the municipalities have their own bylaws. Now, not only are these bylaws written independently and separately, they can, in some cases, actually contradict each other. Okay, so you might be doing the right thing in one town, and then if you go to the next town, if it happens to be a different municipality, actually, technically, it's the wrong thing you're doing. Okay, so there's no nationalisation of these health and safety practices because there's no single regulation for it. So, well, what are other people? We can't be the only people with this problem, surely. Okay, and we'll do what we always do, and where most of our regulations have already come from, which is we look overseas and see what everybody else is doing. Okay, our nice go-to, because they have nice little BS regulations, and the British do love their rules. They currently have everything that comes under. They've got a new fire safety rules, and in defence of South Africa, even in the UK, these rules are relatively new because they've had older regulations, but it's only in more recent times that they've actually discovered that they don't have any cohesive fire safety laws to bring all the little laws all together and have a single plan. Okay, so their latest one was in 2005, and that only came into force in 2006, and it replaced over 70 separate little bylaws and laws and regulations and things that again, like I said, sort of under general safety, under general building stuff, there's a little mention of fire safety here, and there's a little mention of fire safety there, and there's a little mention of fire safety there. And again, the same thing happened in a lot of other countries where they had lots of individual regulations, and it's only in recent times somebody's gone, hold on a minute, should we not be pulling this all together to make it also more cohesive? So fire safety is now addressed in specific OSH standards for record keeping, general industry, maritime, construction and help, and things in America as well. Okay, and it originally had in excess of over 80 different OSH acts and standards and documents. They have now pulled together and they've done a whole big system under sort of a fire safety thing that pulls in the various elements. So it's got the fire prevention plans, the portable extinguishers, the hose reels, the sprinkler systems, the extinguishing systems with all the different gases and things, plus the fire detection systems. And the very important, the planning and the risk defense and the various bits and pieces like that. But that was a deliberate effort. They had to actually come together and pull all of that together. The nice thing about it in America, as you know, it's all very, sort of all the states are very much independent and things. And even they appreciated that something as important as fire safety had to be national. Okay, so these are national regulations, which means it's exactly the same across all 50 states or 52 states or however many. Okay, so why am I telling you about this? So South Africa, we need to incorporate fire safety in the OSH Act. It shouldn't be little bits and pieces from other people's things. There should be an entire fire safety regulation on its own. It needs to replace local bylaws with national legislation. We need to make sure that what's done in Western Cape is the same as what's done in Limpopo is the same as what's done in KZN. And we need to create one simple fire safety regime applying to all workplaces and other non-domestic premises so that it covers everything, so that there isn't an excuse for why this place isn't covered and this place isn't covered, but these guys are slightly different. Everybody deserves to be safe. So we can implement a risk-based approach to fire safety rather than a who's who approach to safety. So this is actually one of the things that the SAQCC, because of our connection to the Department of Labour, they're effectively boss. But again, we're trying to push things up the chain with them, that in order for them to properly provide safe working places and environments for the people, then they need to, they're the people who are in charge of creating any new regulations, particularly under the OSH Act, because they're the custodians of it. And we really want to push them that there should be a fire safety regulation by itself. Are there any questions at this stage? Yes.
Can we do questions at the end?
We can. Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Just microphone runner.
Not everybody's as loud as me, hey? Okay. So then my second, seeing as I've got my soapbox, industry skills shortage. So I'm sure you've all noticed the fire industry is a bit of a niche industry. Okay, nobody goes to school and sort of like what I want to be when I grow up. Oh yes, no, I want to be a fire technician. They should do, but they don't. We get gazumped by the firemen. It's not fair. They've got their cool trucks and their noises. The problem with the industry is we do have our experienced personnel are retiring. Young talent is not coming into the sector. And it's not only a South African problem. Okay. So, there we go. There's my thing. Okay, so even the FIA in the UK have got pretty much the same problem mirrored across the board. And I have companies I work with quite closely in the UK, and trust me, it is a serious problem there as well. And it's the same thing that you hear across the board. How many times have you heard the grumblings of, oh, I just can't find good technicians anywhere? Okay, and it is. It's a recurring problem. It's a big issue. Yeah. So, why is there a problem? Why can we not find the people skilled to come into the industry? Why is it still one of those things where most people who end up, hands up who's in the fire industry because, well, they just ended up here. Yeah, it wasn't your life's ambition when you left school. Certainly wasn't mine. But there's a lack of qualifications, okay? And without the qualifications, there's nothing driving new young talent into the market, okay? School leavers don't even know the industry exists. So this is what I'm saying. So when you do like careers day at school, how many people have actually been told that there are huge opportunities? And that's actually quite a big industry. There's quite a large variety of roles and skills and jobs. I mean, even in this room alone, I'm pretty sure there must be 1, 2, 3, 4. There must be at least 10 different job roles that people are doing in this room. So it's not like there isn't the wealth of difference and interest for school leavers to want to be into. And then there's no perceived career path, okay? Apparently, youngsters these days want career paths. They don't want to leave school and do the same job from now until they get to 60. They want to be able to start somewhere and then know that there's potential for growth so that they can move up to this position. If they start here, then they'll get here and they'll achieve something. Apparently, they also have other weird requirements. So what have we done about it? So the above issues have been identified. I mean, and obviously, as you can imagine, the SAQCC FIRE as an organisation was given a mandate going, okay, you must register competent people. Okay, so our first question was, who's competent? How do we know they're competent? Okay, because when we started this, the 1475 started 25 years ago. The DNGS started sort of 10 years ago, 12 years ago. How do we know you're competent? There's no qualifications, there's no skills, there's no training, there's no... How am I going to know? Do I have to bring them all in and go, right, there's a fire extinguisher. Please don't kill me while you change it and fill it up and... What do you do? So... one of the things that the Department of Labour then tasked the SAQCC FIRE with was to work with the QCTO, which is the Quality Council for Trades and Occupations. You can see why they shortened it to QCTO, to develop qualifications for the industry. We started this process in 2016, I kid you not. Okay, and when our consultation with the industry, with SAQCC FIRE members and the QCTO, then we identified 4 qualification gaps. Okay, so the first one was the fire alarm technician. So that's basically to do with the detection side of things. So the electronics, the detection, the fire panels. Then gaseous suppression systems designer and the gaseous fire suppression system technician. They were split into 2 separate ones, and that's more to do with technicalities of NQF levels, numbers of credits and points and things like that. So that was effectively just sort of our second wish, was that the guys who are working on, 300 bar cylinders should have some sort of training, ideally. And then the big problem that we had was the 1475 portable extinguisher servicing and maintenance wasn't big enough to be its own qualification. There's only so much you need. Whilst the guys do need an element of training, it's not that much. And in the South African Qualifications Authority's terms, it wasn't enough to justify being its own qualification. But we tried, it didn't really fit under the detection, it didn't really fit under the gas suppression. So it actually then got put together with vehicle suppressions and kitchen suppressions, which are, again, are to do with sort of small, compact, high pressurized cylinders, but they just have slightly different applications. So the reason it was put together with them is because, well, a lot of there's core theories in how to handle small pressurized vessels, which are common ground, but then it also allowed for somebody who was qualified then in doing fire extinguishers could then do a cross-part qualification in then upgrading to doing vehicle suppression systems, or could move across and also then complete a qualification in doing vehicle suppression systems, with the core knowledge and the tools and the skill sets being the same, but obviously then the applications being slightly different. They also have their own standards and their own rules, so again, that's part of the qualifications. So, who are the role players in developing qualifications? quite a few people, which is why it took so long. So obviously there's the QCTO who are now in charge of, there's the Department of Higher Education and there's the QCTO. So Department of Higher Education, if you think about it, do more sort of theoretical courses. So Department of Education are, they look after qualifications like being a lawyer and being a doctor. And accountancy, that sort of those very sort of traditional academics. The QCTO was designed more for, they do appreciate that people need skills to actually help them be in the workplace, okay? And those trades and occupations need to be slightly different. So things like your plumbers, your electricians, your boilermakers. Okay, they're those traditional things that did fall under the Department of Education, but the Department of Education didn't really know what to do with them. And then the complaints from industry was that when they got somebody with that qualification, they weren't actually of any use on the job. Okay, everything still has to fall back into the South African Qualifications Authority. Then it also has to go through members of the public. So everything, all qualifications as they go through their various stages, go out for public comment, okay? And that's just in case anybody, we've missed anybody in the whole consultation process. There's industry subject matter experts, obviously help to put the qualifications together. Then it also involves CETAs. So depending on whether it's MER-CETA or SAS-CETA or what industry it's into, it still has to involve some of the CETAs because they need to then administer whatever the qualification is when it's done. Then it needs a facilitator. Somebody has to write the very long documents. And then obviously I should have really started at the Department of Labour who actually pushed it through in the first place. But they again are working very closely with the QCTO because it's in their interests to generate employment. They need qualifications. Okay, and believe it or not, the aim of the Department of Employment and Labour is to generate employment and labour. Okay, but there's a real need at the moment for formal qualifications in the fire and alarm systems in order to improve the quality of engineers in the industry today. Okay, so the QCTO process, got 2 more minutes, okay. Then I won't tell you about the QCTO process. I'm just going to show you this diagram and go, this is why it takes so long. Okay. So the reason we've persevered with the likes of the QCTO is because these qualifications are actually very practical for the modern world. So they do include some theory, then they include some practical, which is basically you doing the work, but under supervision in a nice workshop that's done. And then there's a work experience part of it. Because the idea of these qualifications is that when the student comes out at the end of it, that when you actually put them in work, they hit the ground running. They can actually do the job that they've got the qualification for, which as an employer is of much more value than somebody who just comes to you with the theoretical knowledge. So, what have we got? So our qualifications, fire alarm technician, and it has 4 part qualifications. The gas designer was separated on its own, I think, just because they put so many calculations in it. It just gave it too many credits. The gas suppression systems technician has 3 levels, and as I say, the fire protection installer is split into 3 part qualifications for 1475, kitchen and fire suppression, and vehicle suppression. Okay, the good news is the fire alarm technician has actually been registered. It is now available for training schools and training colleges to offer it. So I know there are a couple of the existing training schools who are currently working on the new curriculum to try and get this up and running as soon as possible. The gas designer has been submitted to SACWA for final approval, so we should see that this year, as has the systems technician qualification. The fire protection installer, because it took a little bit longer and it had a few more delays, has then had extra requirements because they keep changing the requirements to try and better these qualifications. It now has to go back for and it has to get what is called QAS, which I haven't really worked out what QAS stands for. Something to do with final assessment has to be defined before the qualification can go through. When the final timeline is anybody's guess. I've stopped guessing these years ago. So, in summary, We had a lack of qualifications. Now we have 4 in progress, 1 through already, 2 in the pipeline, and 1 final one to come. Training institutes and industries will be able to offer these qualifications, which should hopefully encourage more school leavers to do it. And the nice thing about these qualifications now is because they come in part qualification forms to full qualifications, it actually does offer a career path. So you can start at one level and get that part qualification, then you can get working, and then you can build up and go back and do the next qualification, the next qualification, and the next qualification. Oh my goodness. There we go. Done. And I hope my talking too fast and my accent didn't throw you all off completely.
Sorry, what was that?
Who are you?
Okay, thanks, Nicola.
Yeah, any questions?
Okay, there was a question from Pam.
Hi, I have 2 questions.
Thank you.
So the first one talks to the Department of Labor and Employment, or Employment and Labor. I'm not
Yeah,
quite
who
sure which
knows?
one comes first.
DEL.
I know that SAIA was approached by the Human Rights Commission, and they were asking us the question of how do we get buildings in which employees are employed compliant to OSHAC? And the question was to us, the insurance industry, and we said, well, we're not the custodians of that. The Department of Labor should be approached. And they were not present in the room. So in the room was the Association for Properties and SAIA, non-life, and the Deeds Registry that, I don't know whether you can call it a department or, you know, they register all buildings, all land, and so on and so on. So we couldn't answer any of the questions they had. And they made an impression that fire was part of the component of ASHRAC, that they were looking to see that it is safe. Obviously, you know, the Lisbon building and all those buildings that caught fire that government actually owned were the instigator of why this exercise was being done. But that process never got a conclusion because we don't know what happened afterwards, after that first meeting. So my question regarding the Department of Labor is, we know they don't have enough inspectors.
Yeah.
So in your work with them, do you know what's happening in that space?
They have employed a lot more inspectors, but again, as you can see, the Department of Labour inspectors are responsible for all 22 of those regulations. So they are sort of jacks of all trades and masters of none. And I mean masters of none. But in their defense, they're expected to be health and safety officers for just a ridiculous, even the ones that we deal with, and most of them only cover the pressure equipment regulation. But that in itself just covers such a wide variety of things. And if a building doesn't fall under and it doesn't have the right fire health and safety ones, I'm not even sure which part of the Department of Employment and Labour that would fall under, because part of it should fall under, as you've seen, part of it falls under the National Building Regulations, because the building should conform to the following standards. But as for people working in the building, there isn't a single fire standard that covers it as it stands.
Okay, so part of question 1, and I'm not hogging the mic, I promise. It's with regards to the fire services role in certifying that a building is fire safe.
Yeah.
And how the two, I mean, I've been in this space now for 6 years, and it's still not clear to me. The fire service does its tick, and the DEL or DOEL does their tick. Where do they marry? Where do they work as a team?
My understanding of it, and I do stand to be corrected, is effectively, as far as we're concerned, the fire department are effectively the sort of police department of it. They're the people who actually go around and confirm if the regulations have been met according to their standards. So they're the nearest thing we have to enforcers of the fire regulations. The department have put the laws out. They have inspectors, but the inspectors are very much retrospect. When it all goes horribly wrong, then the inspectors come out and have a look to see what's happened. But as far as making sure it's right going forward, that seems to be left on the shoulders of the fire department. I'm not sure it's supposed to be their responsibility, but that is very much the responsibility, thankfully, they take on.
Okay, last question. Back to the fire services. So who polices the fire services?
I have no idea. That's outside my remit.
Okay, thank you.
But you can tell, for just an example, you can tell the various municipalities that have good fire services versus bad ones because of the insurance requirements and the inspections that are done. There is definitely a correlation.
Hi, my question is on LinkedIn. Whenever SAQCC posts, there's a gentleman. So I assume you know
Are you
where he is.
following? Yeah. Are you following our dear friend, Mr. Henderson?
No, not him, but I like to read his posts. So can you please just shed some light on what's happening there, please?
Okay. So,
Thank you.
Right, yeah. From my ample knowledge, I got to the stage where I've just blocked him because it was just ruining my life, and I can only deal with so much negativity in the world, and he was just one step too far. So, I always think it's a good sign of any organization that seems to be doing good and making progress. You've got to have your adversaries. You've got to have somebody to keep you in check, and you've got to have somebody who disagrees with you, because you can't please all of the people all of the time. So there are organizations who don't believe what we're doing is the right way to do it and the right way to do it. It may also be something to do with the fact that just do a little bit of research and you'll find Mr. Henderson's primary job is running a training school, and he took the route of doing unit standards, of which, bearing in mind his unit standard courses is 9 credits, and if you look at SAQA NQF levels, 9 credits doesn't get you very far. Where the SAQCC looked at the unit standards, who nobody was doing at the time when we looked at it, and decided they were inadequate. So we chose a different route and went for non-credit bearing sort of industry training as opposed to the unit standards. So at that fork in the road, then he decided we were the devil incarnate and we were wrong, and he was of course correct. So as it happens, we had to work with him, believe it or not, to get the fire alarm technician qualification from QCTO. So he has 30 days left of his unit standard, and then he has to come and join us whether he likes it or not. And I think not is the operative word.
Thank you. There's a last question at the back.
But yes, there was nothing, just to be clear, there was nothing illegal with non-credit bearing training in the industry, particularly because it was work-based, skills-based training. And it was never claimed to have been at SAQA credit bearing or NQF levels. We checked. Yes.
So there's quite a bit of controversy related to sprinkler systems and designers and installers and all the rest of it. Are you guys looking into doing something to do qualifications for the installers of sprinkler systems, waterworks or wetworks or such?
That has been discussed. Obviously, all the sprinkler stuff at the minute comes under the ASIB thing, and they have their own training and their own qualifications. There was so much effort and so much time invested in trying to get particularly the extinguishers and the fire detection and the gas suppression done, that we just didn't have time to divert to it. But there have been in the past, and I'm fairly confident there will be in the future, more discussions with, because if it was possible to get these qualifications through QCTO, then they're absolutely, with the existing qualifications that are already sort of the non-credit bearing qualifications that come through with the sprinkler systems, it makes sense for them to be the next people to sort of tackle the QCTO process and procedures. At the minute, they don't fall under the SAQCC, but in time, who knows what could happen. I mean, we've already added this year, we've got a voluntary new subcommittee for room integrity testers, because actually the room integrity tester guys who were doing a genuinely good job wanted to make sure that they were recognized as being qualified, as opposed to the guy who turns up with a fan and, and a mop and says he knows how to room integrity test your room. So I would imagine that down the line, but I don't know of anything that's happening on that front currently. But if they do start, give them a few years, because it's not a quick process.
Thanks, Nicola.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause. I must say I'm using SAQCC quite often, especially when we establish new contracts. We normally go and check whether the company has been registered, and their platform or their website is quite accessible. You don't need special access, and that is what I'm using. So thanks to SAQCC for ensuring that our service providers is registered and accredited. Okay, colleagues, we're going to go into the panel discussion, and we're going to ask our three panel members to just give us a short introduction as to the issues that we're currently facing in terms of energy storage, specifically with relation to battery storage. And we're going to start off with Willem Venter. I think you're going to introduce yourself, Willem, and then after Willem, we're going to ask Anthony Shevich to also come and join us. And then after him, Jasmine Jansen. Jasmine, I hope I'm saying your name. Thank you. Okay, so over to Willem. Let's give Willem a round of applause. Thanks, Willem.
Thanks, Peter. Right, good morning, everybody. Okay, it sounds like my sound is gone as well on this one. Just a short video as introduction. You will note in this battery it says lithium and not lithium ion. It's okay. Right. The first nuclear power plant was built in Russia in 1954. And then 32 years later, Chernobyl happens. Was it still deemed as new technology or old technology? Batteries, lithium batteries, were first produced in 1970s, and then it went commercial in the 1990s. Do you think it's still old technology or new technology? More recently, in 2016, we all know of the cell phone batteries that's been banned from aircraft. 2 years ago, we got the Felicity Ace fire, where electric vehicles caught fire. And lithium batteries is part of our everyday life. I wonder how many lithium batteries is in this room at the moment. We have it in our bedside drawers, on the bicycle. I think that's a bit of an uncomfortable place to have an accident. You might burn your knees. It's it's in our garages. It's on our solar systems at home. The problem that I'm sitting at the moment is that in the logistics world, as our MHE contracts renew, we get lithium battery vehicles. And if you can see, it's quite a big battery. We actually had an incident last week, our very first incident on a lithium battery. We get more and more inquiries about warehousing of lithium batteries, and I wonder, are we really rigged up to do this? I don't think so. For interest's sake, if you look at this rack, there's charging points there. The batteries are on charge in the racking. The old lead acid batteries was we used to it, and we didn't charge them in the correct places, like this. Sadly, this is one of my warehouses. Right, we all know the causes of lithium batteries. I'm not going to run through all of them. I'm sure you all can read. But they have a very different fire behavior than to fires that we are used to. If you just go on YouTube and you Google lithium battery fires, you will find quite a lot of interesting videos. And believe you me, if it goes wrong, it goes catastrophically wrong. So what I'm proposing in our industry, and I've written an industry norm for our warehouses, as we move over to lithium battery forklifts and reach trucks, that we construct a proper battery bay. If not, charge it outside the building. Against an external wall, fire rated, smoke and heat detection, fire alarm, sprinkler system, chargers fitted to the wall, no other storage allowed. Emergency escape doors for exit and for intervention. Automatic closing doors that leads from your bay to the operational area, activated by the detection system. Mechanical ventilation on the roof and floor level, because the batteries give off gases that's higher, lighter and heavier than air. Fire suppression, self-containing breathing apparatus. Whereas people are not firefighters. So I say evacuate and get the real firefighters in. There's a couple of questions at the end of this. Suitable extinguishing media, already getting some answers. Remove the equipment that's not involved if it's safe to do so. You really don't want to go into those gases. As we know, allow the battery to burn out completely. Water spray for extended periods and lots of water. And as these changes come into our lives, in our businesses, we need to manage the change. We need to sit around the table and see how we're going to address the risk. And it's becoming a real hot topic with insurers. They are going to look at it, and we are going to get hidings. But what I need to establish is what is the right thing at the moment to do. I don't want to go and spend R1 million to build something, and my insurer come and say, but you must actually have done this. Then I'm going to be very unpopular. Now, the burning questions I've got, I already got some answers, but I would love you guys to input. Is the sprinkler system ideal or not? What is a suitable extinguishing media for lithium battery fires? And battery bays, 1 hour or 2 hour fire rated? I thank you.
Thanks, Willem. I think Willem has already given us 3 questions to consider. And obviously, maybe you can give your input, but you're welcome to ask Willem a lot of questions. Okay, let's ask Anthony to come and share with us. Anthony, you're welcome. Let's give him a round of applause. Right at the top.
Hello. Okay, my name's Anthony. I'm from the ECA, Electrical Contractors Association. We're an association of electrical contractors. And something that's been very pertinent to me sitting there listening to your industry mumble grumble, similar to our industry about fly-by-nights, about everything, is that industries as a whole are starting to mix and intertwine. We see where fire prevention is now meeting the electrical industry, where we've got volatile equipment, everything's starting to intertwine. ECA's interest in the whole matter is our members, the contractors, and the suppliers and everything, have a vested interest in this, but our members' clients also do. Plus, you'll find that contractors are the people who are installing all this hoo-ha, and it creates risk. I'm going to be speaking out of an electrician's mindset. I'm an electrician. I'm almost finished with my engineering diploma and then going for my degree. So I'm going to be speaking out of an electrician's mindset. So if you don't like my mindset, become an electrician and you'll see my mindset. And before I start with anything, I want to show you guys what the risks are around lithium. Because we've seen a couple of examples of lithium. You're holding an effective bomb in your pocket right now next to the crown jewels. It's a fact. Anybody who had a S7 went through that, burnt a hole in your leg, and yeah, it's dangerous. And this is only milliamp hours. It's tiny. It's got like 1 or 2 amps in it. But under fault conditions, it can go up to 30, 40 times that current in a short circuit scenario. Okay, so I'm a master electrician, and part of our industry is very much explosives and everything because we deal with hazardous environments. Now, there is a shortcoming in this industry. Point. I can tell you that now. I've spoken to Huawei yesterday, in fact, and even they have a shortcoming in the industry that there's not enough being done. And we're speaking in the interest of safety. So, what we're going to discuss quickly is batteries and their risks. I'm going to try and brief over everything. Current regulations. We recently hosted a battery discussion with manufacturers. FPSA was involved, and we had a couple of other notable people involved. And then I'm going to just give you a question of what's the way forward? What is the next step? Because our country is falling behind, but we are mass consumers of the product. We're the leading consumer of sun-sync devices in the world. We buy the most. There was an estimate that there's over 5 million sun-sync devices already imported into this country. That's just one brand of inverter. Okay, so lithium-ion batteries have a very scary phenomenon, and the main risk around them is what is known as thermal runaway. It starts burning, it stops burning when energy is gone. Point. And what a lithium-ion battery can do is what we're going to see. It forms toxic gas, forms everything. But thermal runaway is where the cells heat and get to a point where they self-sustain a flame. Okay, this is an example of thermal runaway. The middle battery in the device is going into thermal runaway. As it goes and it gets to the ignition temperature, it starts putting the rest of the battery cells into thermal runaway. And so it will go until that entire battery pack is discharging energy. That's why you don't just, the safe equip guy mentioned you wait for 20 minutes. There you are. You wait for 20 minutes because of this. The next cell will energize. And so it will continue until that entire pack is done. That's why you don't wait, put out and walk away. You put out and you wait. Or best place to install your batteries would be at your neighbor's house. So what happens with thermal runaway is there's an initiation event. And this comes from the NFSRI in America. They've done a lot of research into the topic, so I'm just going to share some of their feedback of the research that they've carried out. Is that there's an initiation event, the temperature rises, there's an increased reaction rate, heat is generated, it starts the cycle, continues the cycle in the next cell, in the next cell, in the next cell. Okay. Additional to that is, there might be a secondary explosion formed, which will fill the environment with hydrogen. Anybody who knows hydrogen is it's extremely volatile. Here they set a battery in a thermal runaway inside a garage. First battery sets alight. As soon as there's enough hydrogen in the air, it's a bomb. So thermal runaway, as we've seen in his presentation, is caused by many things, mechanical, electrical, and so forth. Why do we put our batteries at bucky height? You're going to reverse into your garage and it's the perfect height to bump into your battery. A little bit of logic. So mechanical failures do set batteries off into thermal runaway. Now, everybody loves claiming, yeah, lithium iron phosphate is the safest battery. It's safer. And I'll show you that now. But those are some of the key facts that cause thermal runaway. And you will notice as the change in temperature rises, so the temperature rises and that it enters thermal runaway and it just runs away from itself. Those are all different mediums and where they lie on the chart. So lithium iron phosphate will be LFP. So it's got relatively low change in temperature. so it can withstand the temperature, but it's high on the temperature, but low on the change in temperature and how it affects itself. So I mentioned earlier that the the FSRI from America, part of NFPA and everything, did some research. And what they found was that lithium batteries as a whole release toxic gas as well. So it does not just burn you, it poisons you. So the two main batteries that they tested was LFP, lithium iron phosphate, and NCA, nickel cadmium. And as you can see, some of the key highlighted gases that they removed, when it goes into thermal runaway, releases 28% hydrogen. Where a lithium iron phosphate, when it goes into thermal runaway, also releases a hell of a lot of hydrogen. Almost 50% of the gas it releases is hydrogen. Also releases carbon dioxide. Also carbon monoxide. Yeah, go run into your garage next time it's smoking or something and go switch it off. Understand risk. But it also releases about 20% of other hydrocarbons. It's a risk. Okay. Then as far as burning velocity goes and your deflagration pressure, it falls between two quite hazardous gases. Propane, which is Americans, which we like to call LPG, and acetylene, which we use for welding. So its burning velocity is between those two gases. So if I had to treat it as a hazardous environment, I'd start looking at facts like this. And its closed vessel deflagration is also between the two. So it can explode. It'll release the pressure. Okay. Now, a lot of the arguments are that LiFePO4 is safer and that it won't go into thermal runaway. The reality is a battery won't just go out of thermal runaway on its own, unless it's getting old and the BMS fails or something like that. Something has to happen for a battery to enter a thermal runaway state. Be it temperature, be it damage, be it overcharge, or even be it depth of discharge. You pull it to a low point and you put too much amperage in it and it damages the cell, sets it alight. But as we saw from the nickel cobalt example, it enters thermal runaway at 150 degrees Celsius, which is very low. Most of the fires where batteries and stuff are involved are not directly caused by the battery. It's generally caused by external influences, where you've got a fixed switch that's arcing, creates a fault, rises the temperature, burns, and the battery starts burning and goes. The amount of energy it stores is between 200 to 260 watt hours per kilogram. So it's quite dense in energy. I mean, if you take some of the lesser known, cheaper batteries, they'll be close to 100 watt hours. I think the lead acid is something like 50 or 100. So it's way more energy dense. And that's why we like lithium. But lithium is volatile. We saw in the video, it reacts to water. Goes. So that ignites at 150 degrees, where lithium iron phosphate ignites around 270 degrees. So it's considered safer because it takes a little bit more to get it to go into thermal runaway. It also has a lower energy capacity per kilogram. It's underneath the minimum of the nickel cadmium. And these two are not the only two that there are. There's a list of about 17 different batteries. You get lithium titanite, all sorts like that, which will all have their own burning characteristics. Okay. Now, I always get asked, what do we do? And the whole discussion that we hosted was around, where do I put the battery? Did you know SANS, South African regulations and standards, don't have an answer for you? In 10142, the electrical standards, there's no, they'll tell you how to safely connect it, but they won't tell you where to place it. SANS 10.10.8, hazardous location environments, also. 10.400, there is an interpretation. If I had to use my logic as an MIE, I would automatically class a battery as a Zone 2 hazardous environment. But that's not practical. That means every house in this country is going to become a hazardous environment, and nobody can certify that portion unless they've done the appropriate training. It's not practical. So we do need the standards to back us in a safe way forward. There's a argument at the moment, and I don't 100% agree with that argument, but I do see where it's coming from. One guy determines that your area classification changes, your occupancy changes, based on the fact that now you've got high volatile equipment, like in a storage area, inside your house. So he deems that you change your classification area. I don't. I still see that it's a house with a bomb. It's still a house. Because this is a major effect going forward. If we have to implement the 10400 as it is now to protect you against a battery, you'd have to have a 2-hour fire door in front of your garage. Give me time to escape. If we have to determine what the OSH Act says, we need to keep people safe. We have a responsibility of safety. That means keeping people free from any hazard, danger, anything which can cause harm to persons or property. That's our responsibility. As an electrician, that's my legal obligation. I sign a certificate that I declare something safe. But can I do it if I don't possess the knowledge? And as far as is reasonably practicable, I have to take into account every risk, the severity, everything. That's a logical approach to it. That's what the OSH Act deems. This comes from the OSH Act. Is I take into account the severity, the knowledge available to remove or mitigate the risk, and the cost versus benefit. The cost versus benefit already weighs out the hazardous location story. But as far as somebody mentioned earlier, we always look internationally. Do international standards tell you where to install batteries? Yeah. In New Zealand, they adopted a standard in 2019 where they limit the locations that batteries can be installed. The Americans, I don't like them, but they like testing things, so they've got answers. They've also got stories, any battery above 1 kilowatt has locations, and that's from the NFPA 855. British standards have recently adopted a specification, which they found the risk that because British like to put their batteries in the roof void, what if that thing blossoms on a fireman's head while the house is burning? That's a fact. That's why they brought this in. So they're also limiting location. So we presented a discussion and we invited all of these people. And we came out of that with a better understanding. So what is the risk? You've got a fire hazard, you've got an electrical hazard, and you've got a noxious gas hazard. You need to deal with those hazards. What do we recommend on going forward? Proper placement, location, mounting instructions, and protection. Installation and maintenance, adequate risk management, and qualified installation personnel. You can read this at your own, we'll publish it. But what I want to close off with is South Africa is behind. We as South Africa, in the electrical industry specifically, we've always been forerunners. In this instance, we're far behind. Where people are installing batteries in flats that aren't designed for it. Where they've got one exit and they put it by the freaking exit. Where's the first place your DB is? Generally in a flat, is right here by the front door. How's that person going to exit when a jet of flame that long is busy shooting from a battery? Allow people to live, allow people to safely exit. And what's going from here is we're getting all the input from all the manufacturers, and we're going to make a recommendation, at least in the electrical standards, to adopt some or other statement of location. So yeah, there's lots of risk. Take your phone out of your pocket, put it somewhere else.
Sure, a mouthful. I think there's going to be a lot of questions for Anthony. Okay, colleagues, let's give Jasmine an opportunity. Jasmine, you're welcome. Let's give her a round of applause, colleagues. Jasmine, I'm going to ask you to, just because of time, if you can shorten your apologies for the...
Good, I think. Can I push this? Good afternoon. I'm Jasmine. I'm from City of Johannesburg EMS, and my part in this panel discussion will be, or my insight into getting into the panel discussion will basically be our firefighters' experiences when responding to these incidents. I would like to bring under your attention all the shifts that I had been interviewed. None of these firefighters had any experience, or rather, let me start with any knowledge with regards to lithium battery fires. So as they get called out to these incidents, that is how they actually get experience. But all the dangers that's been mentioned by the previous presenters, none of them have any knowledge about how these batteries react. But luckily thus far we didn't have any incidents where we can say due to this incident, one of our firefighters got injured, right? So yeah, let's keep it short and sweet. Okay. Nice. Okay, about firefighting, this is a complex career which requires specialized training and equipment, as you all know. In recent years, many emergencies became more frequent, often not knowing what awaits us. The wearing of correct PPE accountability and fitness can prevent firefighting injury and even death. Right. So this is just a short firefighting entertainment.
I hate you!
My sound is gone. Firefighting is basically a job that a few understands. After all, when we run into a burning building, the rest of us, right? Not the rest of us, the rest of you would run out of a building, right? Even at the technology, at the rate the technology is growing, and we are somehow left behind. The servers still step out. The servers still step up to their responsibility, and the servers still step up to their responsibility because that is what we do. Okay, the following examples are basically incidents that our firefighters responded to. And this is real life, like I said, no prior training, no information sessions, no aware making, but they still step up to their responsibilities. Okay, breaking news. Over a decade ago, we heard about load shedding. I didn't know what load shedding is. It came out in conversations. It was a new term in our vocabulary, and we all had to get used to what we will be dealing with, right? Solution, solar installations, right? Consequences, firefighters responding to incidents, right? What do we do about these incidents that we respond to? Okay, at incident 1, this is, like I said, real incidents that our guys responded to. This was a house in Houghton. The occupants were luckily at home. The type of call came through as a house fire. So when we go through this, when we do get dispatched to these calls, they will not say, I have lithium batteries are starting to smoke, or it's a battery involved, or they say it's a house because the smoke comes from the house, right? The helper was walking down the passage. The garage was attached to the house, saw the smoke coming through the bottom of the door, right? In this cupboard were 16 batteries that formed part of the installation. What firefighters experienced on arrival, they observed dense smoke coming from the garage, had access to garage. They had access to the garage where the smoke came from, and the batteries were installed because the owner was at home. Okay, so that was opened, and on their arrival, the cars were already pulled out of the garage. So, for the firefighters, or as I got the pictures from, the firefighters, and not all of them, including the platoon commander, the firefighters were using SCBA, but in some of the pictures I noticed the platoon commander did not wear his full protective gear. Copious amounts of water was used to extinguish the fire, but it kept on intensifying as water was applied. After extinguishing, they waited for the smoke to subside, then removed batteries that was involved in the fire from the cabinet. When I asked the platoon commander about the experience with these batteries, his response was, it was just like any other fire, right? So those are just some of the batteries that the firefighters removed from the cabinet. Whether they allowed to, not allowed to, they haven't been educated on this. So we don't know how safe it was for them to actually remove those batteries from the cabinets. Okay, you would see there's still smoke in the garage. Some of the firefighters were using the SCBA. The platoon commander is standing on the right-hand corner, not wearing SCBA, but there's still smoke. And with the smoke also go particles. Just a view from the outside. Like I said, there were 3 cars in the garage. One was a Bentley, that is a Bentley, and 2 Porsches were in the garage. Right. So, Witpoortjie, this is an incident that I responded to myself, right? And before I forget, I can already tell you that I did not wear SCBA. I was in bunker gear, but I did not wear SCBA. Because, like I said, we had not been educated as we come across and deal with this. being called out, that is how, at least what I'm doing, going back to the office, and I go and I educate myself. Right. So the occupants in this incident was not at home, and the fire was discovered by neighbors who did forcible entry to get into the house. The installation was done by the owner himself. Oops. They observed thick, dense smoke coming from the garage. The garage was used as a storage. There were a lot of combustible in various accumulations of various items. The house was least affected thanks to a firewall. Firefighters were not aware of the lithium batteries, which was basically situated. I drew a picture at the back of the garage, and you know what? There was no independent access from the outside. So you have access from the house and you have access from the garage, but because of all the stuff that they store in the garage, you cannot go from there through the door into the storage area. So what I concluded when it comes to the installation of these batteries, access is a huge problem. Storage is a huge problem. Access for our firefighters, and then the way it is stored. If families are not at home, or owners are not at home, or at a business for that matter, we're going to have to go through a whole building maybe being trapped with all that smoke and fire coming from it. The owner used the garden. Okay, in the meantime, the neighbors called the owner, and they returned from their shopping spree. And on the arrival of the fire department, the owner was basically busy with a garden hose, which was non-effective. Firefighters then took over, and they had to use also a lot of water to try and extinguish, but it kept on reigniting and flames intensified. The batteries were installed in a small room behind the garage and next to the living room, and had to access through the garage or living room that I explained, which basically from the garage it was not accessible. No SCBA was worn. Okay. So that is just basically a few pictures. The one on the far left, it's from the garage side. The one on top right-hand side is the access from the living room, and you can see from the front, basically the bottom left. That is how the garage look. Right. Oh, and there's my picture. Just a demonstration of where the batteries were, right? Limborough Park, lifestyle estates. Not gonna mention names. Yeah, I don't think I'm allowed to. Okay, the security reported this is a rubbish fire. Right. The shipping, sorry. So, so yeah, it was reported it is a rubbish fire, but later it was found out that it was a shipping container where the batteries were mounted into with the inverters. And when speaking to the investigating officer from our department, he said this installation in the shipping container basically gets done down in Cape Town already. Then this gets transported to Johannesburg, and then they just come do the cabling here. So for me is, there were a lot of potential incidents or hazards, I don't know what the correct word is, something that could have happened that could damage the battery. Maybe the battery damaged through manufacturing or through handling thereof or through transportation. The possibilities are endless, right? So what firefighters experience? The incident was reported as a rubbish fire, and we seen that the wrong vehicle, and that was a skid unit, was then sent out to the incident. That was basically wasting valuable time. On arrival of a fire engine, after entering the boom gate, firefighters could not access the area where the fire or where the container was mounted, which basically was on the premises, but they built a wall around it, right? And I would assume it could be like a 1.8 meter high wall. Forcible entry, it was done by some of the firefighters, while the rest of the firefighters literally had to climb over the wall with charged hoses to go to gain access onto this area that was cordoned off, so they could at least start the firefighting so long. When they reached the container was locked. And when the responsible person arrived, they did not have a key, the padlocks, right? The firefighters donned SCBA. Okay, they went all fighting fire already fully donned, because the smoke made it impossible to breathe, and the particles, they could feel the particles in their eyes and noses. After about an hour, the smoke did not lessen and flames continued to intensify as they used water on the fire. The hazmat team was called, but they didn't come with foam or anything that could be of help to the firefighters. Batteries continued to reignite, and the shipping container had a metal grid, as well as part of the floor was basically wooden. The wooden part of the floor burned away, and one of the firefighters actually fell through with his legs, over a beam. So, yeah. So injuries during this incident to happen if, lighting is not available and you're in a situation like, sorry, I'm almost done. So this is just a few extra. This is another one because I knew I was going to be out of time. So this was just a house down in Meadale. What was the reason why I thought, let me just put this pictures in just in case my time is running out. This installation was done down the passage this is a house fire. The family was not at home. So there were 2 batteries in here, basically. And that is why, when I did my research, a lot of information that I gained my own experiences and the conversations I had with the guys out there and ladies, it brings us back to excess storage. I thank you.
Thanks, Jasmine. Maurice, I must say the topics actually rolled into one another. You had warehousing, where we store batteries. You had the installation of these systems, and obviously you have the response to very, very well thought out. So colleagues, there's the 3 panelists. Please, if you do have a question, address it to the individual. On the far right, on my far right, on your far left, that's Willem. You've got Anthony in the middle, and you've got Jasmine on the left-hand side. So where's the mic? Where's the mic guy? Okay, the mic is here. Do we have questions? Let's start. Is it the mic lady? Okay, I didn't see. Apologies, my lady. Okay, no problem. Sorry, Sophie. Okay, you can go.
Hi, good day, everyone. My name is Bruce. I just want to find out in terms of maybe how we can assist clients as far as ignition or combustion of these batteries is concerned. A client is expected to maybe, let's say, when they start to see the initial signs of smoke or fire, to try and extinguish with whatever medium they have, right? In terms of smoke inhalation for you as a panel, what can you advise that we just try and advise the clients to do, because they will inhale toxic gases? This is one of the biggest challenges that I was faced with throughout this investigation challenges. What is it that the client can do? I'm just asking the panel because they have similar experiences, right? So whoever can assist.
My advice to our warehouse staff is to evacuate. My advice to warehouse staff is to evacuate because we don't have the correct breathing apparatus. It's not part of our job. So if the battery bay is installed in a place that it will close down and the fire won't spread to the rest of the warehouse, just evacuate, let the fire services come and do their thing.
Oftentimes the best thing forward is early detection. So put up a fire alarm, test it regularly. As soon as it picks up the smoke, you exit the building. Because once it starts, that family is lucky they weren't in that house. Because if they were stuck in their rooms, they would have either been poisoned to death or the fire could have spread towards them. So early detection is, oh, there's smoke coming out, let me go and disconnect. You can write out many recommendations for procedures, but each fire will be different. If it's the battery that's setting alight, exit. If it's just simply smoke that's coming from an electrical component, isolate. Sit off. Disconnect. Make safe. Is often the best, because as soon as you remove that energy source from the temperature, you might stop the battery from actually going into thermal runaway. So from an insurance point of view, early detection is key.
Thanks, colleagues. Pim, and then at the back. Oh, do you also want to respond? Sorry, yeah. Jasmine?
Yeah. Sorry about it. In my opinion, I emphasize the fact of storage. Those batteries should not be in the house, period. It should be maybe part of a house with an independent entrance into a room. And what made me think of it is in our bylaws, we actually have a transformer room. A transformer room should have its own independent entrance exit. Away from not being part of the rest of a building. The room is part of a building, but the entrance should be independent. And my feel about these batteries is basically, it should not be in the house. Think independent room. So it can be away from families, and like I said, many of these incidents that I had been, and I haven't even told you guys the tip of an iceberg when I did my research with our guys, right?
Thanks, Jasmine. Colleagues, we're going to
Telecoms also separate their battery rooms. So separation of your battery room has always been practice, has just seemingly been forgotten because now it's mass. And this is why I agree. We need to we need to build it into a standard of placement, number one, and how to protect people's lives.
Thanks, colleagues. Let's give Pam an opportunity. Pam, before you go. Colleagues, we're going to move into a bit of time into our lunchtime, so don't worry too much. Everything is sorted. Okay. So Pam, your question?
We as we're part of the PV installation, solar PV installation steering committee. It includes Green Cape, it includes ECA, it includes some other associations, and most importantly, it includes City of Cape Town, because City of Cape Town have already rolled out their solar PV installation requirements, bylaws, etc., etc. So from a COJ perspective, how synchronized are the municipalities in terms of commonality of approach, and most importantly, the requirements that should, a resident must know, like the self-installer. I'm not sure whether he knows all the regs that are regulating what he should or should not have done. Obviously, the storage element was left outside of what was required. So just to make sure that from an insurer perspective, okay, I am self-interested to say, we need to have a surety that when you put in your solar PV, whatever, and storage of the battery, that it's all done according to some regulation, that somebody comes out and checks it if possible. I don't know if that's even feasible. Sorry, there was a question in there somewhere, sorry.
In our bylaws that we reviewed, that still has to go to council, we have a one-liner about PV systems. So I think that is not enough. It's not enough. There need to be a whole section with regards to storage and more about, that can only be done through research, but also, like you said, City of Cape Town, benchmarking with other metros that's on the same level of us, and that's what we usually do. We benchmark with other metros as well. So, yeah. So that will definitely be the way forward.
Thanks, Jasmine. Colleagues, okay, so it definitely shows there is a gap in terms of legislative regulatory requirements for installation. So we will definitely, I think Jasmine will take it up. Thanks, Jasmine. Okay, there's a question right at the back.
Thank you. This is Booty from Old Mutual. All right, since Anthony, since aging is one of the fire hazard, so is there a lifespan on these batteries that they can be kept for 5 years, 10 years, or is it, and the second question is there any maintenance and service period on these batteries? Thank you.
Two very brilliant questions. Lifespan of a battery is measured in a thing called cycles. How many times it gets discharged and charged back up. Now, a typical lithium-ion battery cycle is anywhere from 2,000 all the way to 10,000 cycles, depending on the manufacturer, depending on what grade lithium they have and everything. So you would basically take it on as per your manufacturer's instructions. What is the amount of cycles where I should start having my battery tested? Maybe I must go have my battery verified at the manufacturer again, whether or not it is still suitable. If the cells have aged to a point where they are breaking down, maybe it requires maintenance. As with everything, it requires maintenance. It's not a maintenance-free object. And to answer the question on the maintenance side, there's no standard that governs maintenance as a whole. At the moment, we are relying on the information of manufacturers. So manufacturers' guidelines typically stipulate, have it tested every X amount of time, have terminals tightened this often, do a discharge test, do this, do that. And it's typically governed by the manufacturer for their product. But there's nothing written into legislation that says, you shall do this once a year. I wish we'd have fewer incidents. We'd have far fewer incidents if it was actually legislated on a period of maintenance. And that was part of what, in developing the standards specific to PV, was part of the plan, was to develop a standardized maintenance schedule for the whole installation, panels, PV, inverter, everything. So I hope that answers your question, that we're there, but we're relying on manufacturers who want to sell product at the moment. And that's a scary thing.
Anthony, just before we go to the next one, maybe just a follow-up question. So how do I, as an end user, know in what cycle is my battery at the moment? Is there a program? How do you know that?
It depends on your battery. So a lot of batteries do have a visible cycle counter. Alternatively, is you could most of the batteries also have software and everything where you can have it verified and everything. So if it doesn't have a screen or HMI or something, you can have it verified using the software from the manufacturer, or alternatively, you would possibly put in an external counter.
Thanks, Anthony. There's a question right at the back, unless
Right. On DP World, where we have solar installations, we require the site to do at least annually an inspection, cleaning and maintenance of the entire solar system. Get cleaned, broken, damaged components get replaced. We do an infrared on the system as well to look for overheating components.
Thanks for that response, Willem. Question right at the end, at the back. Okay, so what we are going to do, we're going to ask the questions, and then there's 3 questions that we're going to ask, and then we're going to ask the panel to respond. So maybe if you can just jot down the questions. Thank you, colleagues. Okay, so let's start at the back. I think it's Old Mutual.
Thank you. So my question for the Joburg Fire Department is, how many of these fires related to lithium-ion batteries have you guys responded to? Do you guys keep stats of that? Do you submit it to a centralized body like FPASA for collation of that sort of information that we can use from an industry or insurance industry point of view, or from supplier industry point of view? A second question I have for you is, how far away are we from a SANS code, and then perhaps a governing body or certification, whatever we need for these installations? So obviously there's different kinds of installations. How do we do that? It's one thing to get an electrical compliance certificate. It's another thing to get a solar installation certificate or an engineer certificate as such. And then just a comment on, a lot of these batteries are encased. So probably 90% of the batteries that are used today come encased, and they are installed on a wall or something to that point, and everybody's selling fire extinguishers, and which is great. And the video we saw earlier was quite nice because the batteries were open and you could get the fire extinguisher on the battery, and it did that there. How do we get the fire extinguishing media inside the case of the battery going forward?
Thank you for that questions. Can we ask the next person to ask their questions?
My name is Isaac from Old Mutual Insurance. I'm not going to ask a question because Sean already asked all my questions anyway. Mine is a concern actually. I noted, Jasmine, actually on the presentation that you gave, the emergency services, I think it was 3 slides, they responded to 3 calls actually, whereby the firefighters, they were using actually inadequate fire protection to extinguish those fires. They are still responding to scenes of lithium batteries actually using water. Or fish is still is one method whereby it exposes actually the firefighters to danger. So another comment actually, to go back to Ms. Ramachacha actually, whereby she mentioned that they were checking anyway the readiness of the fire services anyway. But I think maybe she already got the answer anyway, that the emergency services in Johannesburg, they are not ready. I haven't seen any fire extinguisher that is related to a lithium fires actually in the area, or maybe neighboring fire services actually. So they still need to do actually more analysis anyway to check, because definitely the firefighters, they are exposed. And I don't know who's going to listen, or maybe they're waiting maybe for any fatalities actually of firefighters before something can be done about it. Thank you.
Thanks for that comment. Marius, I think there's a challenge, and I think you will definitely take it up. Thank you. Can we have the 3rd question, and then we're going to ask the panel to respond.
Thank you, Program Director. I think I've been listening to my colleagues, and then when they were commenting from the installer, and then up to adjustment, I think when coming to the issue of the lithium battery or lithium products, I'm still saying that I think there's a big gap there. Because when you bring the type of a product like that in the country, there should be the so-called detailed manual for the end user so that they know what to do before the fire services comes. The other problem you might find that people has fallen into this. For myself, I'm a fireman by profession. I've seen that because of the challenge in our country of the load shedding, most of the people are even using the solar systems and then with the batteries and whatever. But when you want to ask one or two questions and then to the person who is the end user of the product, they don't even know how does it work. They are only told that no, it's gonna do itself automatically like this. And then also when a problem comes automatically, it will do like this. Now my question is, if it doesn't do that, what next? Now the problem that we are faced with as the fraternity of the fire services is this one. You know, each and every fault ends up with the fire services because they have to cover all the mistakes of either construction or engineering or whatever. They are the ones that have to deal with it. And unfortunately, it costs lives. Now, what we can say into those issues is, I mean, it's an appeal also. If you allow me to deviate a little bit, Program Director, is we are having the latest automobile and then technology that is coming into our country. The automobile manufacturers and whatever, they brought those vehicles into our country. And we know that they are not those old vehicles that use vavavoom, you know, as a power, you understand? Now, all of them is just a silent car. It moves like a bomb. And then our people never told that how to deal with that in a case of emergency. They were only shown two plugs. The one is in front, the one is at the back. They are saying that if you make a collision from the front, you go to the back, you switch the yellow plug off, and then you stay away. I don't think that is fair enough, and then for the people to know, and then about the product that they have, that they own, that they paid for. Now, I'm saying myself, as an appeal, to the installers and whatever, we need to have a crash course that we develop, and then, or a manual, that we also invite even the fire services to say that we are bringing this product into the country. Now, all fire services are invited. Take note that this is what we are bringing. This is the challenges that might be brought by the so-called the product we are coming up with. And then this is also the approach that the people must deal with it, and then when something goes wrong. And people must be also warned about, you know, told about the pro and cons and then of the product, and then that has been brought into the country. Now, in our case nowadays, there's not even policies that has been made or compiled pertaining to that. Now you find that people are using only the thinking part. Remember when you go to the fires, remember you are like, you have to diagnose yourself when you get there. You don't get the details of what caused the fire that you are attending. You are only telling that, no, we see the smoke out of the roof, and then we see this what is happening. That's all what you have. Now yourself.
Sorry, Yapi, can I ask you to just keep it short, please? Ask the question and then allow the guys to respond.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
No, what I'm saying is to the appeal or the request to our installers or the people that are brought in this, in order to make everything to be easy for everyone, I think they need to be, the crash courses need to be held. I think we're having people like FPASA here. If they can maybe lead on that, and then so that we can teach our firefighters about the product before it comes, it will make everybody's life easier. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I'm gonna ask the panel now. There was three questions already. So let's give the panel an opportunity to respond. Then we're gonna allow a last round of questions, and then we'll ask the panel to respond. Also, the panel members, please, I'm gonna ask you to keep it short and sweet. Your responses, please.
The question on states being kept. Let me start by saying, having to get this invitation to come do this presentation was an eye-opener, and I'm very frank with you. So during my course of, doing research, I realized that there's a great gap in our department. So no states are being kept that I am aware of. Like I said, there's not even education, training, aware making given to our firefighters. And I'm talking from the horse's mouths, people that I interviewed. So I have a huge weight on my shoulder when I go back and report this to my seniors.
Thanks, Jasmine. I think very important, colleagues, Jasmine, I think the presentation that Anthony shared is definitely something that you guys need to share within the fire services, because there's a lot of information there, similarly with Willem's ones. So there's a lot of information that you can take away and share with the guys, particularly with regards to not wearing a self-containing breathing apparatus of the toxic gases that is released during these fires. Thank you. Let me not take up more time. Anthony, you're welcome.
Okay, I'm going to tackle question 2 and 3 and 5 kind of together. So how far are we from a SANS code? Just to clarify, PV's been in 10142 since 2017. There is a standard that they adopted called SANS 60364-7-712, which gives you the direction specifically on the PV panels. The lack is in batteries, and it's an international lack, because they adopted PV-specific fuses in 2011 already. They've only recently adopted, created a standard for batteries in 2021. That's the gap that we have in development of protection against harmful effects. So the SANS code that was being developed was 10142-1-2. It has been shelved and is being incorporated into SANS 10142, and it's currently being driven as part of an edition 3.3 draft. So it's being worked on. The SANS code itself, specific to batteries, there's not enough information. There's a couple of standards, and this ties in with, who mentioned it, something about NRS inadequacies and all of that type of stuff coming in. That goes together with that. NRCS does not have a VC where they regulate batteries. This is something we are pushing for as an association. And this is why, with the inadequacies in the knowledge and everything that end users have, the fire department has, even electricians, even people in the fire industries, there's inadequacies, but it's mainly due to segregation and not collaboration. And I feel as a public service, we should be, number one, coming up with guidelines and everything to protect the public. And number two, we should be working together to make sure that the standards indicate safety and we adopt it into the standards. That's what we're busy with. As far as the batteries with the enclosure, so a lot of manufacturers have already started taking it up amongst themselves to actually have internal fire protection employed, so that as soon as there's a smoke, a couple of seconds later, it puts out if there's any flame. But they are more on the costly side. You would have seen this last battery is individual, or the battery before this was individual, looks like a car battery almost. That's got zero monitoring, zero protection, zero nothing. Yeah, that one there. Looks like a car battery, but it's a lithium battery. It's got zero monitoring system. And that's where the VC, specifically with NRCS, and the standards that we are trying to build come into play. How do we protect lives? How do we protect safety? Is through collaboration, because our industries are doing this. Because our industries is preventative often. We don't want the fault to happen, but the building regulations are written archaically of the fires there, deal with it. So there is a lot of move for the safety. Huawei, for example, have a battery extinguisher inside of it. Freedom One has an extinguisher inside of it. The problem is a lot of guys are buying these fireballs and all of these different things that don't necessarily have an effect. And that's probably due to lack of education, or fooling what the hand doesn't see type of scenario, trying to fool people. So I hope that gives you guys a little bit of a gap there. The knowledge, We need to work together. We need to do joint statements. Do this, be safe this way, do that. Maintenance is key. Information is key. I don't know.
Thanks, Anthony. I think any response from you, Willem, before we go to the next round of questions?
On the last comment made by Yapi, we realized after last week's incident that our people don't know what to do if something goes wrong with the lithium battery. I didn't know nothing about lithium batteries when I had my solar installation done at home, because we don't know. Its knowledge must be shared, awareness must be made, and people must be trained.
Thank you. Can we have the last bunch of questions before we conclude the panel discussion? Let's just quickly see the hands. Let's decide.
No, thanks.
Okay, there's 3 more questions. Thank you.
I thought I won't say anything, but I'm tempted to come in. My name is Moses, and mine are not questions. So one, I think the bigger issue that I think we should grapple with going into the future relates to fire risks that are brought about by the green economy and the transition that we are going through. And the sense that you get is that the transition is ahead. These things, developments around solar, everything, EVs and so on, is moving quicker than the regulatory dispensation. That's why you have these batteries in houses without a regulatory system already. And when you see from the presentation by the 3 speakers, you could see that there are risks that have not been thought about comprehensively from a regulatory point. And I think that's a bigger challenge, Marius, that we need to think about, and probably in future have a standalone session where we drill deeper into some of these issues. Yapi is correct, because when these EVs came, I know, and when I still worked for government, that some people came to us to say, we are going to introduce these vehicles. Can we get an opportunity to interact with your personnel? So it also talks to retraining as well. And retraining not only just mean not only of firefighters, but also of dispatch personnel. Because the dispatch personnel must ask the right questions. So that what my colleague is asking in terms of PPE, because the firefighter doesn't know, he gets told it's a dustbin fire. He wouldn't wear a PPE for a dustbin fire. Because naturally, I'm also a firefighter by training. Firefighters are not keen to wear breathing apparatus because they're heavy, you know? So they need to be informed by the insights that they get from their dispatching centers to basically say, this is the risk at hand. There's solar involved, there's battery, there's da-da-da. So that by the time they get off, they are able to protect themselves. But what I'm also picking up is that for those that already have these installations in their houses, there's a need for education and awareness around how these things behave. And what I was saying now to my colleague here is that there's also been a drive to put some of these technologies in hospitals and in other places where people are less mobile. And I don't think that installation is accounting for these risks. So you could basically have an old age home full of these batteries and with people who can't move. So I think there's a sense of an emergency around how we need to deal with it. It's not something that you could deal with legislation. You probably want a sound standard that you then integrate into a legislation so that you can short-circuit the process of making the legislation. So I think those are some of the things that I thought we could look at. I'm happy that the colleagues are referring to international good practices, and we need to build on that. That London fire, we need to reflect and say, how then do we go forward? What are the learnings from that fire that we can integrate into our own environment?
Thank you, Dr. Moses. Appreciate the comment.
My name is Sugen. Thanks to Mr. Marius for the FPA seminar, but let's shoot straight. Clearly we can see we're more reactive than proactive. It's standing out. So to the fire department, thank you for NDMC for being here. I think as a way going forward, Yapi, across the board nationally, you would have to have some sort of fire extinguisher on all fire engines when responding. I hope that helps you, Jasmine, in terms of lithium-ion fires, because you all are clearly going out there, putting water on something that's going to take a long time to extinguish. That's the first point. The second point is, in terms of battery management systems, I hear Mr. Anthony, it has to be done. And like what Moses mentioned, it has to be incorporated via the SAN standard. That's a given. As for Willem, if we looked at your example relative to just pulling off that battery and throwing it into the water, if that took a few seconds, then guaranteed for your warehouse and your battery charging bay, 2 hours and more, considering the size of your battery. That was just a comment. Then, in terms of the vehicle manufacturers, all EVs to have their own extinguishing systems within their battery packs. Thank you.
Thanks for that comment and question. I'm going to take the last two questions, then we're going to close the question session.
Okay, this is not going to be a question, this is more comments. So internationally, we're not unique. Internationally, everyone's struggling. So understand the test I showed, essentially, it was only recognized at the end of last year that this is how you test lithium capabilities. I've been in Dubai in the beginning of the year, the Heathrow Fire Department chief standing, having a discussion about how they think they should tackle this. Half an hour later, another airport fire chief arrived, have a different opinion. So this is not unique. We're not finding ourselves in a position that, oh, we left behind. I think the opportunity we have is that there is people that's put very basic things in place, has got experience. I think instead of us trying to reinvent the wheel, we must adapt what is already there and find ways to make it South African, that it works in our environment. Comment on the BMS inside the batteries. The effectiveness of those has not really been tested. Yes, and again, I'm trying to sell a battery, so now I'm claiming I can extinguish it. So be very wary that what they say they can do doesn't necessarily work. We've seen this in forklifts where systems get integrated. The battery goes into thermal runaway at 150 degrees Celsius. That system activates at 170. It's too late. So again, this is where it becomes very dangerous. Am I trying to sell you something? Am I really taking the risk and the safety into account? And that's it. I think education, education, education. But starting to have the right conversations is very important. I'm actually annoyed that I didn't do the same presentation I did here last year, because I'll come and visit you. I've got like 3 times the information on the lithium batteries and how it acts and how it reacts and all the different chemicals that is discharged and how many firemen has been killed in the process.
Thanks, Pierre. There's a question right at the back.
I just wanted to make a comment as well. Mike Felden from Dostek Fire. We're in the business of supplying equipment and solutions for putting out all kinds of fires. And just to emphasize what has just been said is we are not behind the curveball. We are as confused and as caught up by everybody else in the world. Everybody is trying to find a solution for lithium battery. I was at a conference earlier in the year, also in Dubai, and asking questions. What's the solution? What's the solution? I've heard of swimming baths, portable swimming baths, where they fill the thing up with water and dip the whole car into, bury it in water, just as a solution. So we're all learning.
Thank you. This gentleman has his hand up since the thing started, so let me give you an opportunity. The mic here, please.
Luckily, there are a few questions, so
yeah, there's no
lots of contribution. No, not this gentleman. Thanks, Sophia.
Morning. I've actually got quite a few questions, but I'm actually just going to ask one. Quite simple. Lithium batteries that get imported into South Africa, are they regulated of some sort? Who checks it? Who makes sure that the stuff that comes in is actually looked at and that it's deemed safe?
I talk too much, so I'm just going to keep it short. Regulated? No. The fact of the matter is NRCS has a VC in front of them that they have not yet rubber stamped, which is going to control the import of batteries. Is that going to affect the existing batteries that are in place? No, because legislation is not retrospective. We have to, and this is where I say that we have to stand together as an industry. I 100% agree. BMS is not the answer. Manufacturers lie about specifications. It's the same way that the Japanese lied about how many cars they produced to get into the World Rally Championship at a stage. You do what you do to get where you want to be. And the reality is we have to start looking at it unbiased. The reason I say South Africa is a little bit further behind is because we've seen Australia, America, even Britain now has made decisions. South Africa is split in two, where we've got contractors, we've got users, everybody saying either install it in your bloody garage where there's a firewall, or install it next to your TV so you can look at how nice it looks. And that's the problem we've got, is the fact that there's no guidance around the safety of it. Even in our own technical meetings, we have boxing matches. You can ask him about the discussion panel we had. Manufacturers are more, they tend to blame the installation more than the actual batteries. And their failure rates are all below anywhere from 5 to 1% that they've documented, which for millions of batteries is a couple of thousand. So we are catering for a very low probable but high effect, extremely high effect. And regulations are behind, far behind. Coming back to an old age home that I think it was Dr. Moses referred to an old age home. There was an old age home just down the road in Boksburg, well, not really down the road, on the highway, that recently had a PV installation done. The old age home wasn't happy with it. Department of Labor was called out to do a verification, and they actually wanted to lock the installers up. They actually wanted to disconnect the frail case center for safety, based on installation practices. And this comes from people not understanding there are current rules in place, but there are gaps that we need to close. And batteries is a big gap we need to close, and quickly. Specifically, even the extinguishing of it. But cases is a big problem, because if you go and look at the NFPA, they've got 2 videos explaining this, where they take a set of cells in thermal runaway, blast it with water, it cools down. Cool, happiness. But put an enclosure around it, you blast it with water, it does nothing, because the water cannot touch the cells.
Thank you. Any last comments from the team? So we can round up. Okay, colleagues, I think it was a very valuable discussion, but I think Dr. Moses, you're very clear to say that there's a need for further discussion so that we can really pave the way for BESS or battery energy storage systems going forward. But let's give the panel a round of applause. I think they did very well. Well done, colleagues. Okay, at this stage I'm going to ask us to take lunch. Marius, just give us an indication. Are we going to 1:15 or will we end at 12? I mean at 1 o'clock.
FPASA. I think when someone came to me to say there's a person called Marius, I said no, then you shouldn't worry, you know, because I know Marius has been involved with fire services his entire life. And I've done work with him for many, many years. When he worked for Ekurhuleni and I worked for City of Tshwane some years back. Yeah, so I think the entity is in safe hands. We're hoping that you will take it to the next level. Okay. I'm going to talk to a few issues just to contextualize why partnerships, and then for the sake of completeness, I would have a global context as well as a local context. I'll look at what are some of the risks that are emerging, and I must say upfront that I could not foresee the risks or the emerging risks that is associated with the discussion we have had before lunch. I think that's something that is very serious for us to apply our minds, even from an insurance point of view, because it has an impact on how the fire behaves, how much you can protect, access by firefighters, you know. So I think that's something that I won't have it as an emerging risk here, but I think it's something that we need to think about. Why partnerships and what should underpin collaboration. And then I would only have 2 slides where I would just say from our side as Santam, what is that we do with partnerships and what have we learned? So that will be my approach. And I was thinking about partnerships in the context of where we are post the 29th of May as a country, to say I was intending to talk about collaboration and partnership, not knowing, when I submitted these slides to you, I think we had not gone to elections. But you could see now where we sit in terms of having to work together to take this country forward. So I highlighted a few factors that at a global level does have an impact on the insurance industry. I think you all agree that the geopolitical dynamic that manifested in the Russia-Ukraine situation had a significant impact on a number of economic variables across the globe. But what we are also seeing is that from a climate point of view, we're seeing more and more disasters that are happening, wildland fires in the US and in other parts of the globe as well. And then nationally, you're grappling with a lot of issues. And you're grappling with all these issues before you came to the scenario that we have now. You were dealing with rising interest rates, which of course affect consumers and force them to make particular decisions around their spend and so on. But very important for this discussion is infrastructure. I think we spoke about load shedding and what it has brought about for us in relation to these lithium batteries and so on. But what we also see is that the general state of infrastructure has sort of declined. Either it has declined or it is now carrying more weight. So we don't want to venture into that, but I'll show you later, we do a project on stormwater cleaning. And you could see that unless something is done, you will always have lots of losses, because these systems that were designed to help flow water in urban spaces are not functioning as they should. And of course, what we're seeing in our context is that with the climate changing, we're seeing more and more disruptive rainfall, particularly on what we call the east coast of South Africa. So that is your KZN going up to Mpumalanga into the northeastern part of Limpopo, as well as coming down into the Eastern Cape. We're seeing a lot more disruption there in terms of rain. And if you look at projections from climate change experts, these disruptive situations are going to happen in a background where the area is going to be generally more drier. So you're going to have to deal with dryness as a general way of life, but every time you have rain, it will be disruptive. So that is the background. It's not that it's going to be more rain, because if you look at it, it's just an episode, but that is destructive. And then it still leaves you with your challenges around below normal rainfall situations and so on. Okay, and then of course we know that the three key hazards, and this was a study done many years ago, I think it was in 2012, by the International Federation for Red Cross Societies. And I still feel that, and maybe we can get your views on it, it's said at the time that South Africa has three key hazards: drought, fires, and fires was mostly on the wild environment, so veld fires, as well as flood and severe weather. And if you look at those three, they are impacted in one way or another by weather variables. So in other words, if you have too much rain, you're going to have floods. If you have too little rain, you're going to have drought. And then you also have wildland fires, where we see a lot of fires in the wildland interface, like Etienne and them are managing in the Western Cape. And then there's also this new notion that's coming of climate-induced migrations. This will become more manifest more when people who ordinarily would have made a living and eked out a livelihood out of communal farming are no longer able to do so, because the area is now, because of climate change, you are no longer able to do what you were supposed to do. So they will be forced to move into other areas. And they will move into urban spaces as well in the majority of instances, where you already have challenges around infrastructure capabilities and maintenance. Because if there's one thing that we have learned, is that the more could have been done to deal with maintenance, as it were. And very important, we see this in municipalities where we work. You're going to have to contend, when you talk about collaboration, have to contend with political instability, which is underpinned by a lack of decisive political majority. This used to be a local phenomena, and now we know it's no longer a local phenomena. It's manifesting at provincial level, it's manifesting as we speak at national level. So, and it will have ramifications around how things get to be done. How quickly can you maneuver a legislation through an arrangement where there's no consensus, you know? So you might find that these challenges that we sit with around lithium batteries could become worse before they get better. If your system that is supposed to process legislation is not as agile or is caught up in other challenges, as it were. But what we are saying essentially is that all these issues says to us, we need to collaborate because you can't afford to sit back. And this slide, I won't go through all of it, but I think it's just to say why collaboration. And in our experience, and this is a learning that we would want to urge others to also look at, we've seen that governments legally have a leading role, because the government collects tax to do specific things. They collect from us as well, both as corporates and as individuals. So when you look at collaboration, you should not look at a dispensation that does not have government at the center, because you're going to have to fund this collaboration on your own if you are not putting government at the center. So our approach is that government have a leading role, and I think we spoke about this before lunch, they have a regulatory role as well. So as much as you want to tackle climate change, as much as you want to tackle wildland urban fires, you still want to do that in a manner where government is still able to lead and you provide support. Not compete necessarily with government. Yes, you can, but it won't be, you won't sustain, because government is there forever. And you're going to have to provide these services that government should provide forever. And when you stop providing them, what is going to happen? You see, so I think our experience is around recognizing the leading role of government, so that you are able to identify gaps that you can create together. Generally, across the globe, it is appreciated that there's not enough either public or private investments that is going into anticipating, planning for, and reducing disaster risks. So the scale of investment does not match existing and future risks. So what does it tell you? It tells you that the risks are going to become more pronounced, because at the rate where we are, there's not enough going to preparedness. There's not enough going to risk reduction and so on and so forth. And of course, we recognize that as a private sector, as insurers, we can play a significant role in resource mobilization to contribute to risk reduction. And these are some of the approaches that we think we can look at. If one were to narrow it down to the insurance, we can use our underwriting capabilities to support risk management efforts, because we already are involved in the business of managing risks. Something which is very difficult, which I think in my own view is a function of the historic trust deficit between government and corporates, is the whole issue of sharing information. We want to collaborate, but it's very difficult to share information. I came in late today, and I'm told my colleague from SAIA spoke about the data that was gathered from municipalities. And that data, in most instances, was gathered with the provision that it must not be shared. So there's still a lot of work that we need to do to try and bring these bodies together, so that we recognize that managing risks is for the benefit of everybody, and that where you have information that can be beneficial to the bigger cause, you need to be able to share it. But currently, that is not the case. You struggle to get information. And in my own experience, cities are reluctant, particularly those that don't do well. They are reluctant because they think that you can use the information against them in litigation and so on and so forth. So that's a reality that we still need to tackle. But we can, as insurers, support sustainable risk management programs to reduce risks, because when risks are reduced, we also benefit, because when there's less manifestation of risks, there's usually less claims and less losses, which is good for us. And then, of course, we can mobilize resources to build resilience, as well as address other underlying risk drivers. What must underpin our collaboration? Those are some of the principles. A collaborative approach is critical. A risk-based approach, what you do in Cape Town, you don't necessarily need to do in eThekwini or in other areas as well. The whole notion of alignment with existing initiatives, this is critical, because you can't go to a city that is doing A and you go and do B, because they won't have a person who's dedicated to looking after what you want to do in their space. And then, of course, avoiding a one-size-fits-all. So this talks to context, because these cities, there's 8 metros in South Africa, and I think 44 districts, and the rest is LMs. They are all at different levels of maturity. Even if they can be grouped by National Treasury to be at this level, when you go to each city, you'll find that they are different from the next city. So what you do in Ekurhuleni may not necessarily need to do it in that exact form in Tshwane. You need to make adjustment to account for local context. And sometimes local context can be informed by skills. If you have skilled people in a particular place, you might find that they are more agile, more forward-thinking than in the next city, even if the cities are at the same level. So these are some of the principles that we could learn, and this is what we do. Our contribution in this space is based on the key performance areas of the National Disaster Management Framework. So we do capacity building with these cities that we're supporting. This includes a whole host of issues, including training and provision of equipment. We also develop climate change adaptation plans. We have developed 10, we're developing the next 10, and then we'll try and reach 30 districts by end of next year. And these climate change adaptation plans sort of helps the municipality or the district to think in a disciplined way, a manner around how climate is going to impact their localities and service delivery dispensations. And then, of course, in some instances, we do risk reduction projects. I'll show you a slide, I think the next one, on the work that we do in terms of stormwater clearance. We respond to disaster in support of some of our municipal partners, and we do a lot of risk awareness and education, which talks to the issue we spoke about earlier, where we basically now say we need now to raise more awareness around these risks associated with the batteries. And historically, if you think of it in South Africa, education and awareness, you would mostly go to low-income communities because they were the most vulnerable, you know, in your informal settlement, in your villages. But the discussion we had before lunch also tells you that you need an education and awareness dispensation that targets people with this installation that we were talking about, because this is not the poorest of the poor. So it means you need to re-engineer your whole approach to education and awareness. Because ordinarily you will go into a community where people are getting SASA grants and then you educate them. But now you have Marius living in a 3-story house with 20 lithium batteries. He never goes to get a grant anywhere. He never mixes with anyone. So you need to look at ways to get to him so that he's now aware of the risks that he's storing in his house, for example. Okay, what have we learned? This is the last slide. So let me just talk about the stormwater. So we're piloting a program in the city of Tshwane. We have a partnership with them. They are one of the metros that we're supporting them, and Durban, eThekwini, as well as Ekurhuleni are part of the team that we have a 3-year collaboration with. So we then said to them, let's test a program of cleaning stormwater. And we appointed 10 FET students who needed a bit of on-the-job exposure and training. So that work is going on very well. I think we have cleaned around about just between 380 and 400 stormwaters. And we've also, in some instances, spent a month with machinery on the ground to try and complement this work, because it doesn't help to clean it here at the catch pit if it is blocked midway. So you also need to, we also brought machine to suck these things out. But what we have learned as well is that in some instances, this stormwater is supposed to throw water at a particular place, and people have built an informal settlement there where the water is supposed to be released into. And then because they live there, what do? They put cement on the outlet so that the water cannot trouble them anymore. And we're sitting with the assumption that stormwaters are working. But you see that the water is not getting out of these spaces. So these are some of the things that we're picking to show you the level of complexity that needs to be dealt with when you talk about urban risk management. And then I've already spoken about the need to align to, if we look at what we do in City of Tshwane, we are doing it with the stormwater department. So you can't do it with somebody who does not have a mandate. And then align to existing programs. So it's difficult. Cities are bureaucratic. They are not easy to turn around, you know? So you want to go to them and say, are you already doing something like this? Then they say yes. Then you upscale it because it's already embedded in their thinking. But it's difficult to start your own thing in a city because then there's no ownership, then there are all sorts of challenges. And then, of course, we adopt a targeted approach. There's no one who will have all the money in the world to solve all the problems of South Africa. So you need to be targeted. Where do you want to work? You know, if you say you want to work in this specific area, even if, and there's nothing wrong in our own learning and experience, there's nothing wrong with saying, I have my own commercial needs in this specific region and I want to work there. Cities are not fuzzy because at the end of the day, they are unable to get to do all this work. So any work that gets done by anyone, anywhere in their jurisdiction, it helps them. You know, so you could have instances where you say, we want to work specifically in this region because of the following reasons. But at least in our case, because it's a pilot, we just said, give us 3 regions. So they gave us, you know, the west of Pretoria, central and Centurion, as well as the east. So we're testing this concept there. The idea is that if it gains traction, does not have a lot of problems, we could also use it as a model for others to do it wherever they want to do it. We can also upscale it and do it in other places. 10 people in one city, but I can tell you there's also all sorts of problems as well. Because you know now that if you want to appoint someone with a TLB to do work in a city, you have all sorts of development forums that push back and say, it can't be this TLB, it must be Maria's TLB. And these are the realities that are there now that can scare people from working with the cities. And who suffers at the end of the day is communities. And if you talk about rising losses, it's insurers. Because you had an opportunity to do something, you can't do it because there's a development forum that says, no, you can't do it here. If you do it here, the cost of TLB per day is 10,000. Maybe the going rate is 3,000. So you either have to pay 10,000 or you go, you know? So I'm just showing you that the environment where we work is complex because there's all sorts of dynamics that are happening on the ground. And then where we also saw that you can gain a lot of traction is if you say to a city, I have 1 million to do this, what do you have? Then they maybe say they can match. So because once there's co-funding, then there's more ownership. But when you have a city that sits back and want to be carried on someone's back, then it tells you when you are not there, who's going to do this? It means the day you leave, this thing is going to collapse. You know, so you also need to look at, that's why we also look at cities that are not struggling from a governance point. And the number of cities that are not struggling from a governance point is shrinking. So it's making it very difficult. Because if you have a criteria, you will say good audit, stability. Maybe you look at the COCTA state of local government. They categorize them in green, orange, and red. You do see a lot of them also on the red side. And you know that if they are red, it's tricky to work in those spaces. And then two things that I want to just mention at the end, I saw the program director was looking at his time. I don't know what does it mean, but I'm wanting to suspect that it might be a signal of some sort. So what we have seen is that nationally, Brajapi, we still need to push for a framework on partnerships. Because when we go to municipalities, they sometimes don't know how they must react. So you need a framework from COCTA that says this is how municipalities should navigate partnerships. We have been to places where the mayor was saying to me after we have presented what we want to do with them, they said, no, this thing is too good to be true. There must be something. I said, no, there's nothing, but no, it's not possible. You see, because they don't have guidance and guidelines policy-wise around how they must navigate. So that is important. And it's not difficult to do because you need one national framework that can rally everybody around how things should be done. And then one of the other problems that we picked up with cities, and it's easy for us to pick these problems up because I worked for government for 20 years. So I understand the environment very well because I worked for a city, I worked for a department, I worked for the National Disaster Management Center for 12 years. So most cities don't have dedicated capacity for partnerships. And this is a strategic weakness because the president will go on SONA and talk about a social compact to say South Africa's problem are everybody's problems. And people will approach a city and they struggle because most of these cities, even the metros, they don't have people who are dedicated to coordinating partnerships. That means that if you want to work in a particular city, you have to depend on the goodwill of the fire chief or the disaster manager if you work in that space. Somebody who is working on waste must also depend on the goodwill of the waste manager. Somebody who wants to work in environmental management must do the same. And goodwill is not something that's all over the place. You know, so you struggle. Sometimes you want to support and then there's a pushback. You know, so that's something that we've been saying to government and to COCTA. We could share our lessons and assist them to try and put together frameworks around how these issues should be navigated, as well as SALGA as well. And then lastly, we collaborate at a district level. So we do not support LMs. We only support districts because a district enables you to have a regional perspective and the district should be able to cascade the support to the locals. So that is the approach that we follow. And I think to date, we have supported 95 municipalities, districts with their LMs, and we're starting to see that in areas where we support, sometimes you just raise consciousness amongst the political leaders that we need to build a fire station. And when you are long gone, you hear them saying, we have identified land to build a fire station. So this process is not something that's going to make the needle shift immediately. It's something that will take long because of resource challenges, lack of buy-in, and all sorts of problems that we don't have time to go into. So I think that will be our submission. We can take questions if they're there. Thank you.
Moses, I think you were very clear in terms of...
Thanks.
Thanks. Let's give Moses another round of applause. Now, Moses, I think you're very right. I think this week actually is a very historical week. Friday will be very important. We will see whether we will get a government of national unity. And I think from there, Moses, hopefully all of these emerging risks will be addressed at that level, and then we will see the results. But thank you for that submission. Really appreciate it.
I'm done.
Are you done? Okay, colleagues, our last speaker for the day is Yapi. Yapi, I'm going to try to pronounce your surname. Lenghuabala. Do I got it right, Yapi? Lenghuabala. Lenghuabala. I got it. Okay, Yapi is going to talk to us in terms of National Fire Safety Support Program to municipalities. Let's welcome Yapi. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. As the program director has just announced, he said my name very well. I won't repeat it. I think I'll be spoiling what he just introduced yourself. Thank you very much. Colleagues, what I just wanted to say to yourself is my presentation is not long, I can promise you. And then by profession, I'm a fireman. You know, almost we don't talk a lot, we act a lot. Now I can promise you that we'll be finished. It's only 2 slides, and then we'll be over. But what we're going to talk about for today, as I said, sorry for those maybe who doesn't know, my name is Japili Ngabala. I'm from NDMC, which is the National Disaster Management Center. And then in the country, in short, what we are doing is we are a branch of COCTA, and therefore we do have also a directorate that is called Fire within it, and then that's where I am responsible. Now, what we are saying is we are just coming to share with yourselves what is our role currently, because I think all of you will know that the fire services in terms of section 4B of the Constitution is an entity of the local government. Now, meaning that you know that all government sort of policies and whatever, there is no one that is senior to one another except the Constitution. Now, in short, we are just complementing what the local government is doing in terms of the fire services. Now, that's where we come in. And then, as I said, even myself, I am a fireman, and then by profession, and then that's where I come from. My presentation will outline the following issues. Number 2, it will be the purpose, and then from there after it will be the background, and then the legislative mandate, and therefore it will be maybe the risk analysis within our municipalities, and then from there it will be our intervention and then strategy. Those are the 2 or 3 things that we'll be talking about, and then I think you'll also check where maybe yourself as our private sector and then fit in. But I can tell you that by the time that I was here since the early this morning, and then I felt that I came to the right group. And I can tell you that between ourselves and yourselves, we can move, the ground. And then I think even Marius is also agreeing with me on that, because he have seen that what we talked about, we said everything here within the house, in short, is just what we need to talk about is a collaboration, and then how do we collaborate? And therefore we need to put training within that, and then an awareness, so that we make our community to be aware of what they have around them, the risks and all those things, and then also how to deal with them. That is what is important. And then we are here with the single purpose of making our country to be safe. Now, moving forward, I will say that, okay, I told you about this one already, and then even this one, and then I've just mentioned. And then we just mentioned the three things that we said that we'll be talking about. And then also the third one will be the summary of the findings when we were doing the assessment within our municipality right through the country, meaning that we understand what is happening in our country in the fire services. I think even the colleagues that were sitting here on the table, on the panel, I've heard them clearly what they were talking about. And in short, they raised what is actually the main risks that we have within the country. The people that we hope they will also be protecting the country in terms of whatever we have within the country, in terms of our community, including the properties, and then of different nature. In some areas they are not trained, and then in some areas they go with the wrong PPE and all those things. I think I need to assure you that that challenge can be rectified by collaborating with the group that is inside here. As we said that between ourselves, we just want to just sit around the table and then share what each one can do and see how can we join hands, and then we'll take it there. I can promise you that our country won't be the same. And then going to the background is the one that we just talk about now, and then to say that in terms of the Constitution, our role as NDMC, it is on Section 154. Our role mainly is to support our local authorities. As we know, colleagues, that the fire services is fully the entity of the municipality. Now we are not taking over that function ourselves, but we do support them in whatever they are doing, and then also assist in the right direction, and then so that our communities or even the property within the country can be safe. Now the biggest issue is here. As I said, that I'm not going to be long, and then most of the speakers has already covered me also on this one. What I can share is we have dealt with the assessment of the municipalities right through the country, and then I can share with yourself to say that over 100 municipalities we went, and then we find the commonality in terms of their challenges. And then one of the things we find that, let me start, training is also a challenge, because as the members have said, in the fire services, you don't just read about it, and then you need to have those that lead so that you can learn from them. It is not something that you read about it and then you can do it yourself. You have to have those that are in front of you, show how to tie the knots. And then we find that unfortunately, we don't have that succession going well in our municipalities. Now it means that we started having the issue of the lack, and then of, maybe if I can call it, the know-how. And then it means that by so saying, it means that it also increases the challenges that are within that municipality, and then or the issues that must be carried by the fire services. And then that is one problem. Now going inside it and then in details, I can say that as we said that they are sharing the common thing. You'll find that I think one of the speakers said the replacement strategy within the municipalities is a challenge. You find that we lose very skilled technicians or firefighters, and then you find that those people are not replaced as they are supposed to be replaced. and you find that that gap stays there forever, and you find that it even affect the entire performance of that service within that municipalities, and then of which is a big challenge. And then the other thing, you find that even though situation is like that, you find that it doesn't show that there will be a hope of improvement anytime soon. The little firefighters that we're still having, those that are trained. And then at the moment, I think one of my colleagues, and then there at the back, he said he was in Dubai. Even myself, I had an opportunity to go to the Middle East. They are thirsty for the products that are coming from South Africa in their emergency services, Their airports are not run by them when coming to that. They're depending on the people that are coming from the south. And then you find that even wherever they can, they will make a plan for you to be there, as long as you are coming from South Africa. Now that makes us to be a bit vulnerable. On the other hand, you find that we are having our nuclear stations, we are having our fire stations, and then within our municipalities and whatever, and then we lose very crucial people with the knowledge, the know-how, and then they are going to other countries, and then when they get there, and then they find that they're highly welcomed, and then they're getting what a normal person needs or expects in life. Now you find that here at home, we are left with a gap that we cannot fill as we wish. That is the biggest problem. Now, going forward, we are saying that the other thing that is a big problem locally, we find that most of the municipalities, the doctor has just mentioned to say that they partner mostly with the district municipalities. Yes, that is one thing that we're still working on as national, because we are the custodian of the policy. We were saying that in some of the municipalities, you find that in terms of section 84(1)J, the powers lies with the local, not the district. Now you find that all your revenues and whatever, they go to local, but the local doesn't want to discharge the functions. And then the one that is in charge, which is the district, they can only talk, they can't do anything because they don't own the budget. That was the problem. Now, that is where we are also getting in terms of assisting, in terms of the direction when coming to the municipalities. Now, hoping to some, that matter will be addressed the soonest. And then, as I can just share with yourself to say, one of the delay, again, when coming to those issues of the municipalities, you find that they can't even sort of create revenue, meaning that even when they can do inspections and then to their non-compliance and all those things, and then you find that they can't even sort of, in terms of section 56, they can't take out fines. They will only warn you forever. You will never ever get a fine, meaning that the city can't make a sort of a revenue in terms of the people that are operating not in compliance within the city. Now, we came up with a lot of proposals to them that we can do the following, but in short, everything that we realized, they must start somewhere, and they need to have the bylaws that is of their own, and then so that they can enforce compliance. Now you find that because of the lack of training, not all the members has got that sort of course of being the peace officer. And even the level of training, you find that our members within the municipalities, they've got the basic firefighting and then qualifications. And then as I'm saying that it differs from one municipality to another. Now, going forward, you find that one thing that will assist such municipalities is to try to assist them with these short courses like the one that you talked about, and then of the peace officer. Now, the other thing is capacity shortage or the lack of capacity within the municipalities. You find that some of our municipalities, there are those that are assisting us in terms of food security, like mainly the Free State, as you know, that is mainly agricultural, and then even the Northwest. Now you find that when fires are coming from the Northern Cape or from the side of Namibia, they run with a very high speed. Nobody can stop that fire. It burns. It starts with the lands, the grazing lands. It burns whatever reserves. It also burns even the cattle. Not only the cattle, the goats, the sheep, and all those things. Now you find that it's a loss that occurs almost every year when that time comes. it is a serious problem because we don't have capacity in our municipalities. Now, when you look at maybe you try to make an investigation to try to find out what could have been done, you find that in that station, it's only 2 members. And then they're using only one bike. And then on that station, the station since was closed after it was robbed sometime, and therefore everybody's scared to go there. You get a lot of excuses and whatever, and nothing is done by our municipalities. It is a challenge that we have. Now you find that such issue, if somebody's not standing up in terms of assisting, not that you alone, but in collaboration to assist such municipalities, it means that the situation won't change. We'll always go through the same losses every year, and even the lives of the people are getting affected. Even the properties are being swallowed by the fires. And then when you look at it, it started as a grass fire. And then that is the challenges that we are having. And therefore, you find that we ended up losing the business building or commercial buildings, including the residential. I think even our colleague, when you go coastal, and then they will tell you actually what does most of the grass fires end up in. Now it becomes a serious loss to our community, and even I think to ourselves as the sort of the underwrite, if I call it well, the insurance community. Now that's what we are saying, that in terms of to try to eliminate such problems, we are also raising a hand as national to say that there is a need. There is a need for all of us to fold our sleeves and then see where can we hold hands and then to make a difference in our municipalities so that the entire country can be in a better situation from where it is now. And then the other thing again is we feel that also our fire services sometimes are not doing enough in terms of educating either the community around. And then, but when you ask the programs, we can make programs available, we can also send or can even refer yourself to the people that can train you to do all those things and whatever. The biggest problem is still the one of the capacity to see that you don't have enough staff or personnel and all those things. Now, the issue of the fire services or the challenges caused by the fire services, and then it is not a one-man issue, it's a collective. It needs everyone and then to work together and then with our fire services within our country and then to change the situation that we are having. And then I talked about the issue of the lack of a capacity. We don't lack only, the manpower within our fire services in the municipalities. When you go there, you find that when talking about the vehicles, they will tell you that, no, that one, it has been like that for the past 6 months. And then that one, you'll find the grass is as high as myself. And then around the fire engine. And then when you ask what happened there, they said, no, the problem was the battery. And then they said they're still going to order another one and things like that. You find that all the explanations that we get, they don't warrant some of their resources to be in a state where they are when we get there. Now, I'm just saying that to yourselves as, the business people around us and whatever. Some of our properties can be saved if maybe we can be closer to our fire services or municipalities, because you find that the vehicle that is standing or that started standing with a flat tire, they cannot afford another tire, they are waiting for whoever and whatever. It is standing. It means that there will be properties that will be bent down to ashes because those resources are not in operation. They are off operation. Now, that is why we are saying that those are some of the little problems that I'm sharing based on our findings and then in our municipalities. Now, the appeal that I'm making is, as national, we are also a state department. We don't have the budget that we must spend for the municipalities. And then the little that we can do, we can make recommendations. We can assist them in terms of maybe either training and doing other things, but we cannot run or we cannot take over the municipalities or the fire services within the municipalities and run them by ourselves. But I think that all of us, we can make a change on that one. Now, what I want to come to is we talked about the issue of the powers, the issue of the powers of functions. I said that in some of the areas, we managed to assist them to say that, no, this issue, in terms of the law, it is allowed that it can be sort of gazetted and then be taken to the MEC, and then it can change the issue of the powers of functions, and it can be done, and it is practical. Now, some, yes, they will definitely start acting on that and then ask for guidance from us and all those things. But others, they will say to yourselves that, no, other challenges, they still have to go through the council, and you find that they've been to council forever, and then nothing is happening. Even today, they're still having the problems of that nature. Now, those are the things that we still get, and then within our municipalities. Now, what we are also saying is we are assisting them on that one, and then some of them we said that, no, we will assist you with the latest bylaws that are relevant to your own municipalities, and then with tariffs incorporated. And then, but as you know, even if we do that, the council must approve that. Now you find that such issues, it's a bit of a challenge sometimes, and then when we deal with them with our municipalities, yes, I admit it is a challenge, but we are believing that I think some of the negotiations or talks that we can do, we do have some of your organization in the house. Some of them are running training institutions. Some of them, they can even do the generic, generic bylaws. If we as national don't get to every corner of the municipalities in the country, you can assist us. We can join hands, and then we can deal with that. Because when you talk about training, other people will tell you that, no, I'm from the corner, the furthest corner of Eastern Cape, and then we are only 3 on a shift. Now, if you say that I must come to course where in Gauteng, I mean, I don't have anybody to pay for me for the accommodation, and then you find that it becomes a problem even to yourself that want to assist. Now, but I'm saying that maybe if we can be together in such issues, and then I think it can alleviate some of the challenges that we are having. There where maybe some of you are having either offices in different provinces and whatever, maybe some of them can be assigned in terms of assisting in one of the some of the challenges that we do have, and then as a country, and then in running our municipalities. And then that is one other thing that we can be doing. And then the other issue is we are preaching this way to say that building capacity within the municipalities, and then by doing or training them in the following areas. We set on bylaws, that one we are doing, and then on Sunstand 400, and then fire investigation, and then prevention, and other courses. There are institutions in the house here that can definitely sort of give those courses. They must just be paid for and then come to the courses. Now, as I'm saying that, if as we are doing it, we are not doing enough based on the number of the municipalities that we have that are having the same or the common problem and then within the country. And then we believe that if maybe we can also be getting the assistance of saying that we will recommend, as we have been recommending to all our municipalities, to say that the way to go nowadays, gone are those old good days where you used to have more resources and then done whatever that we can think of. And then now the approach should be changed, should be different. The issue of being reactive is something of yesterday. Some of the things that you used to have, you'll never ever had them in your lifetime. Now we need to change from being reactive and becoming proactive. Let's rather work on training people to protect their own country or their own municipalities, and then instead of depending on the response, that thing they don't afford it anymore. They cannot afford it. One of the challenges I think that I can share with yourselves, and then is the one that Dr. and then has spoken about here. You find that water within the municipal, the infrastructure, there's no water in town. In town, there's no water. And the fire services are relying on water if something goes wrong. We don't talk about in the settlements where maybe the community or the people are staying. Now, what we are saying is there is a need or an outcry, and then for the business to partner or collaborate with our fire services within the municipalities, and then so that some prevention measures or some sort of assistance can be obtained in terms of the current situation and then that we are having and then as the country. Now, I wanted to say that I promise that I won't be long, but in short, the biggest thing that we are pleading to yourself as business is to say that there are a lot of things that has been mentioned. We know that in some of the areas, because of the challenge of the load shedding and whatever, and then our people are opting for the solar panels, and then that are also driven or supported by these lithium batteries. And then I'm saying that a lot of our people, including the owners, they don't know what to do in a case of emergency. I'm saying instead of us losing the entire property just because of the little knowledge in the approach of such equipment that you have, with the intention of alleviating your problems of being without electricity, let us not allow such good things to sort of disadvantage us on the good plans. And then let us get together and then assist our people. If we have to come in as national in terms of assisting, training the people or our committee in terms of that, and then definitely we'll see what we can do together. But as I'm saying that, we are also preaching that to our provinces to say that don't stand back. Let's approach our businesses. Those that are around the mining areas and whatever, let's approach our mines. Let us look into the issue of being in partners with them. And then it will make a difference because some of the things you won't have them through your budget. And then that is why I'm saying to yourself that the appeal that I can just share with yourself is that one based on what we are doing. Now that we are a national department or we are a department of government, we are not having a budget separately to deal with what we are talking about today. And then we are just supporting in terms of making recommendations and then to them. But the biggest one is to partner with our private sector to assist us in some of the training to our members within the services. And then in some of the areas, maybe you might find that we might get some of the equipment that you are looking for. Some of the vehicles, as I said, they stand because of the minor things. But I think if we can raise that issue to say that our vehicle has stopped, why? The problem is this one. Maybe you might get some of yourself that can say that we can assist you so that you can be on the road. I think, in short, for today, allow me to say that it is enough, and then for today for that one. And then as I've said that on the last bullet, we are saying that we are committed in partnering with the municipalities and other stakeholders to make our country safer. And we are also saying on that one to say, if I have to share with yourselves, there are some of the institutions that we have partners with in here as national, but allow me not to divulge the names. And then, but we do have them here, and then they are here within ourselves. And then I'm saying that even yourself, you can definitely and then join them in terms of working together with us and then to improve the conditions that we are living with within our country. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Yeah, we're gonna allow for general questions. So I think maybe it's fine. Maybe let's start at this stage. Let's just give Yapi another end of applause. Yapi, thank you for highlighting your position and the function within COCTA. I think Sophie had a question earlier, and I think Sophie, Yapi might be your contact person. Okay, colleagues, I think we're going to open for questions and answers. We're not going to have a long session. If there's no questions, then we'll move on. Any questions pertaining to the whole event of the day that you might have wanted to ask, but you were not offered the opportunity to do so? Okay, there's a question there. Do we have a mic? Pamela, I'll give you you second. The gentleman in the middle. Is the mic not working?
There it goes now. Okay. My question is, I think for next time, it might be beneficial to get EXA also involved, Engineering Council of South Africa. I think they have a huge role to play in the fire safety in South Africa. And at this stage, I think they're a little bit quiet, too quiet. Yeah, so that's my input.
Thank you. I think we take note. Thanks, Marius. Sophie at the front. Sorry, man. Pamela. And I'm not sure whether I get Sophie. Okay, I saw Sophie's on the program. Sorry.
It's
Sorry,
okay.
Pamela.
I'm just asking about the fire services bill. I know the fire services bill took a lot of work from the NDMC. Dr. Kangale can attest to that if he's still here. How far are we in terms of that bill? Thanks.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Ma'am, regarding to the fire services bill, and then as you know that from us, and then it is going to other sister departments, and then before it can be served under the parliament. But in short, going straight to the question, it is now in the hands of the state law advice, the last body or last department, before it can be handed over to the minister. That's where it is now, ma'am, as we are speaking. Thank you.
No, it's the same question. Sorry, I'm going to be a little bit hard. ... This fire services bill solves a lot of stuff in terms of resourcing fire services, a central view, dashboard view for the president. Why is it taking so long? Understand? Yeah, let's leave it there. I'll let you fill in the blanks. Thanks.
Thank you very much, ma'am. As if I can just share with yourselves, and then I'm just talking under correction, and then we were sort of also informed that there's also a criteria that is used to take maybe, you know, legislation papers, documents, then to the cabinet and whatever. And then you find that it's about, if I can say it, maybe about 80 that must go and whatever. They don't push all of them all at the same time. They push a certain number. Now, I think in terms of submission, because ours, after it left our office, it had to go to the legal department first, the National Legal Department. Then thereafter, it had to be taken to the state law advice. Now, from there is then that it will be going. Now, when it is off our hands, what we can only do is only to make a follow-up to say how far, and then possibly when can it be maybe handed in or things like that. It is not like when it is directly under our control. And then that is the minor dilemma that we are having on that one, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yapi, if you'll excuse me, I know it's your department. Moses, my apologies to you as well. So from a person that's outside of all of that, I'm going to give you an answer. Have a look at that department. I spoke to that man the morning after there was an announcement that said, congratulations, Pravin is out, some new guys in. He was sitting with a document on his table for Pravin's signature the previous day. And that's just one example. That department is the department, if you're going to have a look historically, where the switch out of minister and deputy minister is the highest of all government departments. It's like a revolving door. And you are dependent on whoever sits there. And it's not a political thing. It is, that's the boss. He has to sign off. He gets kicked out, new boss comes in, the new boss says, wait. Prove to me that this is necessary. 2 years worth of work goes into proving to the new boss. But half a year later, the new boss is out again because we thought that, and then, so that's unfortunately, and it's not that the government doesn't like fire services. It is that type of turnover at that political leadership point that from an outsider, I say, has been putting us back the whole time. I am so glad, because this is not the only piece of legislation that I've had the privilege of being involved with. The moment it is at the state law advisor, you have now jumped through 1,000 hoops. So that makes it in the home stretch. Unfortunately, the home stretch can still take a little while.
Thank you very much, sir.
Any last questions? Okay, maybe from my side, Moses, just a question. I saw you were talking about the disaster management framework. From a some perspective, you were referring to, was it risk reduction? And I wanted to find out, how are you involved, for example, in fire breaks? Or do you, what is your role in terms of risk reductions? You've mentioned a few areas. So what is your physical involvement beside the stormwater project that you currently work on? Sorry that I put you on the spot. I just wanted to
It's
check.
fine, it's fine. No, look, we involved in, it depends on area. You know, we did a fire break in the winelands last year, before the fire season in the Western Cape start. So, but the issue with fire breaks is it's a bit tricky, because you have a legislation that places the responsibility for risk management at the landowner. You know, so you don't want to do it such that a landowner sort of pulls back and thinks somebody will do it for them.
Okay.
So it has to be well thought out. We did a fire break for a school, which was extremely vulnerable, where we thought that we could make an impact. If there's a big fire, you could then protect the school. So, but we do in a very targeted way. You can't go blanket and say, no, I'm doing fire breaks here, because then landowners then neglect their responsibility. And then coming to the point that Marius raised, yes, it's unfortunate that, and Etienne knows, I mean, I sat there for 10 years and I've dealt with over 10 ministers. And that dragged the process of finalizing the fire service legislation. Because at the time when you think you are going in, then the minister is changed. I remember at one stage when Minister Van Rooyen was appointed as our minister, for some reason, he came into the department and he came into the NDMC. And as he was walking, greeting, I was busy changing the name of the minister on the cabinet memo, because it had to, and now you can't now submit it to cabinet. You must first go back to him and say there is this and so on. But what I think is fundamental, at least based on the observations that we have made, is that legislation, for them to move quickly, they must be driven from the top. So somebody must embody it. A politician or a minister must say, I want to finalize this. That was the opposite with fire services, because it was us who kept on nagging and agitating and saying, so you understand, the moment you don't say anything, everybody is quiet. So if you go to a meeting which must finalize pieces of legislation and you don't speak, nobody will say, why are you quiet? You see, so it needed to be driven from the top so that it can move, because it's a politically driven process because of cabinet's involvement, the subcommittees, and so on. But I think what we should be saying, Bratije, is that you guys must push for this, because most of the problems that we are dealing with can be resolved once we have a clear legislation, clear roles and responsibility, and so on. But once you fight the legislation, do other things that you can. I mean, the funding model, you don't need a legislation, because you don't need legislation to fund. You can go to Treasury and say, I need a funding model. This is my problem statement. So that you don't wait for the legislation to solve all the problems. You solve what you can with regulations, with standards, and so on, whilst you wait, because it's going to be probably be more complex now after Friday, because you don't know how that environment, we have not tested it as South Africa. So we are all going to go into a very uncharted territory. So you don't know how frequent you're going to have changes. But let's hope and pray that they are not the way they were when we were at COCTA, where we had a minister every 18 months.
Thanks, Afi.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, President Barry.
Colleagues, I think we've come to the end of the seminar. From my side, thank you very much for listening so attentively. Before I give hand over to Kennedy and Sophie to come and do the Thanksgiving, I'm going to ask all the presenters that presented, including Pamela, to come to the front after we finished with the Thanksgiving, just to take a few photos and just thank you in person. Okay, so I'm going to hand over to Kennedy and Sophie to come and do the closing and Thanksgiving. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause.
It's just me. Thank you, Program Director. My name is Kennedy Safadi, and I recently joined FPASA as the Insurance Project Manager. And this is the 2024 Fire Protection Association of South Africa, InFIRes, that's coming to an end. And I'd like to thank the following individuals. Pamela Ramachaka, thank you for gracing us with your presence, ma'am. Des Schnettler, Pierre Malebe, Nicholas Allen, Willem Venter, Anthony Schwitz, Jasmine Jansen, Dr. Moses Kangale, former Chief Yapi Lengwabane. And in closing, I'd like to cite a great statesman, not a statesman, but a noble man, Mahatma Gandhi, who said, in order for us to reach our greatest potential, we ought to give ourselves in service of others. And we're all here giving ourselves in service of those who do not know that they need our service, either by installing, by legislation, and by turning out as a fireman. And I'd like to say thank you all for coming and gracing us with your presence today. Thank you.
So lastly, to all of you for taking time out of your busy schedules to come and grace us with your presence, give yourself a round of applause. Thank you for coming. I officially now declare the session closed. Thank you. You are welcome to mingle and network. Like maybe just go to someone else that you didn't meet this morning. Thank you very much, colleagues. Can we just ask all the presenters to come to the front?